golly, Miss Molly, if it isn't episode 176 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially around the world as Lookout Sir. My name is Dan, and if you've listened to this podcast before, you'll know, like I do, that this is the bit where I introduce a bloke called Phil. How you doing, mate? You all right?
Hello. Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, you doing all right? Generally fine.
Yes, peaky and alive.
Fabulous. That's that bit. What are we doing in the podcast, Phil?
Well, you are going to serenade us hard with 5th edition 40k. You're going to tell us all things great about that edition. Plus, obviously, if you might have noticed, this week there was the AdeptiCon reveals. So we will be critiquing models hither and thither and giving our points of view on such things.
Absolutely. We also have a healthy intro where we talk about, I think, mostly events and some other bits. So definitely worth checking out. But not before you listen to this, the 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
All right, Phil, this week's 5-star review comes from where?
I reckon Audible.
Audible? Audible of which area, would you say?
Oh, God. I'm leaning towards Germany, but I'm going to say UK. Just going to keep it standard.
Audible of the United Kingdom is wrong on both counts, Phil. It is, in fact, Apple Podcasts of... Do you care to guess? Apple Podcasts?
The Americas.
Not the UK. No, not the Americas either. Sweden, Phil! Sweden!
Ooh, I would have never have guessed.
Well. We do well, Phil, in the Swedens. As you well know, the Nordics love us.
Oh, they do. They do indeed.
Absolutely. Because they just know what
we
makes
love
sense.
them.
Yeah. Exactly. Do you know what? Sweden is one of the happiest countries on the face of this earth, and I attribute that mostly to the fact that they seem to like Lookout Sir.
That must be it. I would have said that myself. So yeah.
Absolutely. Although conversely, I think the UK is the second most miserable country in the world.
Because they also listen to our podcasts?
Maybe that's the problem, you see.
Or not enough of them are.
Yeah. Maybe the Swedish hear what we have to offer and they realise that, God, isn't it great that we're not these guys? It's looking up. Whereas the Brits listen to us and are like, oh, Lord, why are we doing this to ourselves? Let's make a change.
Fair.
Indeed. Anyway, I don't know where I was getting those statistics from, by the way. I think that may or may not have been correct. But, find out for yourself. Go up on the internet and have a look. Who are or who may be the most miserable places on the planet? From what I understood, the UK is the second most miserable place on the planet. But again, I don't know what data I'm citing. But what I do know is that if you want to leave us a 5-star review, you need only do so. And you can do it on places like Apple Podcasts. You could do it on places like Audible. You can even do it on our Facebook page, should you like to. We encourage it because ultimately, if you want to appear here in the 5-star review segment, that's all you need to do, basically. Go out there, give us one of them. And then before you know it, we could be talking about you here on the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. What a dream. And you know what's also a dream come true? When you, yes you lovely listener, take it upon yourself to support Lookout Sir and offer up a few quid in exchange for very little except our appreciation and gratitude. Isn't that right, Phil?
Well, exactly. A measly couple of pounds a month for literally hours and hours and hours of content in your ear hole. I mean, to be fair, you could just listen to us for free, and
many do.
Leave us a thumbs up, give us a share, tell your friends. That's all the free stuff that you can do. No effort required. Greatly appreciated.
I mean, there's some effort required.
I know, especially when you've got to force them. You've got to, send them that link. You've got to sit them down, tie them to a chair, and subject them in a kind of, modern torture style of listening to us for hours on end.
Absolutely. By the way, if it wasn't clear, that thing where we were talking about giving us a couple of quid, that wasn't just like us asking you to throw it at us in the street. That was a plug for Patreon. I know you could have missed it, but that was what we were doing. Also, there's merchandise. Enough said. Let's get into the 5-star review. So, this week's 5-star review comes from Apple Podcasts of Sweden, and it was given to us by Solomon Track. That was who we got the review from. Sorry, little hiccup. So, the 5-star review reads, David, who plays Imperial Guard, 5 stars. Now, Phil, you're an aficionado of the Imperial Guard. Do you know David?
I mean, I don't think I do, but I mean, I know many people that play Imperial Guard, and I know a couple of Davids, but I don't necessarily know a David that plays Imperial Guard.
No? Well, maybe now you might, if you take the time to, say the 5-star review with a level of vigor, and then perchance they will, seek you out and become their friend. Who can say? But anyway, the bestest 40k podcast, simple as. Pretty strong, bold entry. Funny hosts with the right mindset for the game, with a very agreeable approach to both the hobby and competitive aspects of the game. I also like the English, proper English, being both articulate and accentuated at the same time. I suppose that's probably a fair way of assessing our way of speaking, isn't it, Phil?
I guess, yeah.
Why not? Anyway.
I'll take that. I'll assume it's a compliment.
5 stars from Segmentum Solar, which is David, who plays Imperial Guard, Solomon Track, a bunch of different names for the same individual. Thank you so much for leaving us a 5-star review. It means the world to us. I think ultimately at the end of the day, to hear such incredibly warm, lovely words from someone like yourself means a lot to us, because at the end of the day, if it wasn't for people like you supporting, listening, enjoying Lookout Sir, this whole process would just be a misery. So thank you so much. You've really made my day. And to elaborate on that in more detail, remember, Phil, his name's Salomon Track. It's Phil.
Salomon or Solomon Track?
Whatever it was, that guy who left us a review from Sweden. You know the deal.
Thank you, David, for the kind review. Very eloquent, very well put, and obviously fellow Guard player. So, points you get there. Glad you enjoy the show. Glad you think we have great opinions and lovely accents and all sorts of things about being English. So yeah, thanks very much. If you are on the internet, on the Instagrams, hit us up. We can be busy, so I can know finally a David who's a Guard player. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thanks all. You've been great. Transitional noise. As if this podcast wasn't long enough, everybody. Now we're going to talk about reveals and or Age of Sigmar 4. But we are going to start with the reveals, because I don't know if you know, Phil, there's an event in America, and apparently it's a big deal, so much so that Games Workshop feel it necessary to announce major things at 4 a.m. in the morning in the UK. It is wild. First and foremost, why do you feel like Games Workshop are unable to, within the constraints of Adepticon, do this at a more sociable hour? Not just for us, but also for like America. I mean, if you're in New York, this thing goes out at like midnight. So like, what is the upside of doing this thing at 4 a.m., you reckon?
What time would it have been for the Adepticon people?
It would have been about, well, I think I have no idea where AdeptiCon actually is. It's probably in the middle, so maybe it was like, I don't know, like 11 p.m.
Yeah. Oh, I can't remember. Well, who knows? If you watched the actual stream, though, you would have, I don't know if you did, because it wasn't what they normally do, a live show.
No,
it was all pre-recorded. So therefore it doesn't really matter what time it is because no one's actually up at
So how did they land, with that being said, how did they land on 4 a.m. UK time? It's literally midnight in New York. It's like 10 p.m. in California, maybe 9 p.m. in California. It's like, what genius decided that this is when you put stuff out?
Yeah, I can only assume it's like the time Adepticon starts because it's a Thursday.
Well, it starts
actually, would it be a Wednesday night for them? Well, maybe it's the time that Adepticon launches. I think it could be my only feeling.
Sincerely, Games Workshop, if any of you Games Workshop people are listening, have a word, figure it out. You're kind of a big deal at Adepticon. Maybe
8 p.m. It says.
Was it 8 p.m.? What was that, California time? Was it?
Yeah, Adepticon 2024, 8 p.m. local time.
Gee, but still though, 8 p.m. local time. Like, who is that to the benefit of, other than literally that one little sliver of civilization that's on the west coast of America?
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd time, for sure.
Because
it's not really good for anyone else.
No. I mean, here's an idea. Wild, I know. Do it in the morning, you know? Especially if you're going to just turn up with a bunch of pre-recorded stuff. Just do it at, like, you know, what would be like, I don't know, 10 a.m. California time. Then it's you know.
Yeah, LA, which is, I guess, where it must be, that's 8 p.m. Chicago, 10 p.m. UK's 3 a.m. Berlin 4. Japan, 12. So, you know, midday for them.
Oh, so
that's good.
There you go. That massive Games Workshop market.
Australia, 2 p.m. as well.
Oh,
also
well, there you
good
go.
For them.
So there you go. They're doing it for the Aussies and for the Japanese. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
It's just mad. I just find that, like, so much of what they do is just crazy sometimes. I'm like, why is it going out? If you're going to announce a massive new game system, which is what they just did, they announced Age of Sigmar 4, just putting it out at 4 a.m. just seems, 3 a.m., although, to be fair, the announce happened at like 4 a.m. It just seems wild. But all that being said, they did reveal some good stuff. And I guess, you know, we got the treat, didn't we, Phil? It was like waking up on Christmas Day. Santa Claus had been overnight and left us with JPEGs that we got excited about. And videos, to be fair. MP4s and JPEGs. To get,
yes,
you know,
because I really liked the format that they did of the show this time, rather than it just being two people looking at some still images and filling time and going, "Ooh, I'm really excited to buy this, maybe." And they don't really know anything about it other than a little script that they've got, and they can sometimes not remember the names of stuff. What they've done this time is it's, you know, often two people interviewing two other people about it that are knowledgeable, that were the creators of the models in some form or another. So they had some lore people on. They had like the heads of studios on, you know, rules writers for AOS, for example, on there discussing. Good old John that we knew from when the days of the events team, he was on there because he's now part of the Warcry team. And I think
he looked good, didn't he? John looked good.
Yes, got slightly vampire-esque slicked back hair.
That's what it is. He's clearly become a vampire since last we've seen him.
Exactly, that must have been it. The COVID vampire, I think, is what he's become as a hobby. When you're at home alone, what else are you going to do but just turn into a blood-sucking vampire? Yes. So the format I thought was really good. The only downside of it, weirdly, was they would almost breeze past the actual models themselves. Like, in the Chaos reveal, you barely saw the new models in the kind of the teaser video because they were too busy showing you all the existing stuff that's coming in a box, in an army box. And then when they were talking about the models, they didn't really have any of the models up on the screen. So if you just checked out the individual pages, you could see the actual JPEGs there, and you got a lot more info, I think, from them as well as from the video. So I don't think they quite hit the nail on the head on the format. I think they could have had the still images up on the screen a bit more as part of those the actual reveal show. But the actual content they were giving us in that reveal show was really great, I thought.
Yeah, I like the change in format, it's fair to say. I think the interview style was pretty good. I think some of the shots were framed a bit too wide. I think it's always very unsettling sometimes when you get like the sort of interview scenario and you see the entirety of the person on the screen. I always find that,
because they're not behind a desk.
Yeah, and that works sometimes, but then normally, like, I don't know, you can watch like shows where people are sat in like sofas or like comfortable seating arrangements, and they're still not all in shot. Like, there was definitely one sequence where like one of the lead presenters was just sort of sat and he had his legs sort of crossed over a bit and he was just all in the frame, and it kind of almost was like just zoom in on his torso and head. Like, I don't really understand why I'm seeing this guy.
So that was, I think, so there was a mixture of, there was like several levels of presenters. You had him who was like the main sort of the intro video guy, who was the guy that lasted the reveal shows with Eddie, who's no longer doing it. So it was him almost introducing all the little videos. And there was a mixture of Nick and a few other people being the sub-presenters. With a bunch of other guests being interviewed.
Yeah, it was an interesting choice to just have him smack bang center in the frame, sat kind of awkwardly, uncomfortably in a chair. But
fancy socks.
Well, indeed. I mean, fair play on that side of things. I mean, fair play. I forget the name of the lad, but the one who was still rocking the shorts the whole way through. I mean, fair play to him.
Yes, for some reason I can never remember his name.
He seems like a lovely lad, though. I swear I've spoken to him before at Warhammer World, or
yes, we have, because I think we were playing a game one time and Nick and him came up and we were chatting about my Nighthaunt at one point.
Oh, possibly. But yeah, he always seems really nice. And again, fair play to him for keeping the shorts. But look, anyway, reveals were, overall, the overall production of it, pretty good. Pretty happy with it. Again, just maybe don't put them on at like 4 a.m. in the morning. I just don't understand who that works for. And if AdeptiCon is seriously creating a scenario where you have to go out at, 10 p.m., 8 p.m. Even 8 p.m. is wild. I just don't understand it.
Well, I assume there was a live show which was maybe at, let's say, 7 till 8, and then this came out the hour afterwards. So
I think they would have done it. I think this was all sort of simultaneous. I don't think there was a live component than this. I think it was just they did.
I don't know, because they've done it before where they've done a live show. Like when we went to Warhammer Fest, there was a live show, and that was completely separate from the Twitch stream one.
No, they broadcasted it.
You're right. But in America, they've never broadcast it over there. They've just done it. Wait. Oh, God, actually, no, you are right. Yeah.
It's madness. What they did was mad.
They have sometimes done a live show that was separate from the Twitch stream. I know that because during the live show one time, everyone got free minis under their chair.
Oh, fair.
Which has only happened in America. It never happened once in the UK. Just saying.
No. Well, Games Workshop love the Americans so much so that they want to put out major announcements at really, really unsociable hours in the UK. And across Europe as well, not just the UK specifically. It's sort of, I mean, I appreciate America's a big market for them, but I feel like they do pretty well in Europe as well. So, there are times that can kind of... Anyway, grumble. Let's talk about the reveals. So first things first, we got a new Chaos Lord. It's fine. It's good, in fact, actually. I quite like it. The Chaos Lord on foot with his tactical rock is pretty. Definitely taking a lot of cues from the superior Slaves to Darkness from Age of Sigmar. Lots of kind of similar design cues that I will recognize from Slaves to Darkness. Specific things are the way that Slaves to Darkness incorporate the cloaks with lots of fluffy fur. That has obviously been ported across into this. And then also the kind of weird, almost like lift belt with demon face on it thing, which is quite a prevalent
the wrestler belt.
The wrestler belt, yes, absolutely.
You sometimes get that in Space Marines and Chaos Space Marines. Like Abaddon had one like that as well.
He did. To be
so
fair.
it is a thing in both systems, let's say.
Indeed. But look, I mean, it's dead pretty, to be fair. The thing is with it is it's like, yeah, it's cool. It's fine. I mean, again, I think there's some really nice elements they've added to it. I think the helm is really nice. I think the versatility of the kit's really cool. The fact that you've got different weapon options. The fact that you've actually got a power fist. I mean, that's really cool to see. I mean, obviously, very rare that you see, or previously, I can't really think of too many instances where Chaos Lord has a power fist. So that's super nice. The way they've painted the alternate head sculpt isn't extraordinarily compelling in the photography.
His eyes look a bit crossed if you look at it.
He looks a bit unwell, doesn't he? Which I suppose is not uncommon for Chaos Space Marines, but I don't know. I think the helmeted version with the horns is definitely strong. I think my first impression of this miniature was, ooh, that's well cool. But the more I kind of look at it, I go, yeah, but it's very just sort of generic Chaos Space Marine. But it's cool. It's good. I think I would happily own it. To me, it doesn't hit the same highs as the plastic Sorcerer kit. I think the Chaos Space Marine Sorcerer is a cool mini. This is a good mini. I don't think it quite hits the same notes as the Sorcerer, but it's good still. If I played Chaos, I'd gladly own that. But in truth, it looks about as good as a standard Slaves to Darkness foot soldier, which sort of robs it of some of its grandeur when in Age of Sigmar you've got, standard infantry that look as good or potentially better. So, yeah, sort of where I'm at with it. What was your vibe on this one, Phil?
Yeah, like, they're okay. Like, I'm not averse to it particularly, but it's not wowing me either. There's elements that I really like the chain axe. I think is super cool. I look at that bit and go, "Oh, I could do something with that."
I really
like the power fist. I think that's really cool, as you say.
Cool.
It's just a really neat design, and it's different from like the normal like Terminator style power fist or the Space Marine power fists. It's more like claw-esque with like a sort of wrist guard type thing. I like that. The fur pelt doesn't really do it for me. It feels a bit too cartoony because it's quite thick clumps of fur, I guess, or it's potentially the paint scheme. I can't quite decide, but I do like the helmet. Not massively fussed about trophy racks, but I get, Chaos always do love a trophy rack. Not a huge fan of the dangling little sort of 8-pointed star adornment hanging down, because I just see it all the time on Chaos minis. So it's not particularly unique to a Lord. Like I've got one of our Acolyte minis that have it. But it's just a, general symbol that appears throughout the army. So I guess it's, tying it all together visually. Plasma pistol's okay, but nothing particularly special. And the other unhelmeted, head just looks a bit odd. And I can't tell if that's the paint job or the sculpt itself or a combination of the two. But I like what it sort of represents. It did for Space Marines what the new Captain kit did. It's just like a cool, versatile kit with lots of different weapon options. I think the power maul's really cool, actually. That's nice and suitably menacing. The Thunderhammer looks a bit too beaten up, I guess, is a bit too mashed up in terms of the metal. But overall, it's okay, but isn't particularly doing it for me.
Yeah, I think, again, it's good. I feel like this is going to be a really pretty mini when you see it in the plastic.
I suspect so, and how people will convert it up and how people will be able to paint it up to fit their own army. I think that's when these models really come to life.
Absolutely. I think it's really nice. The jump pack variant, jump pack itself looks really cool. I really like that, old kind of Horus Heresy style kind of jump pack. Not that that's really where this is, but it sort of sits somewhere between the two. It's definitely like a couple of really cool, kind of Horus Heresy style kind of jump packs. Not that that's really where this is, but it sort of sits somewhere between the two. It's definitely like a couple of really really crazy jet engines have been slapped onto their back rather than the more kind of sophisticated Primaris wind vane thing. Again, the extra sort of chaosy adornments are sort of underwhelming in a way. I feel like that's probably unnecessary layers of detail. I felt the same when they released Old World Claimer. I felt like his jump pack was like a bit of a layer on top of a layer, and I still kind of feel like that here. I think probably if I was to pick up this mini, I would be taking off those extra kind of like trophy rack bits, because they just don't really feel... I get why they're there. They're there to kind of distinguish him from other, Warp Talons or Raptor units, so as it's obvious that this is the commander. But yeah, personally, I'm just not into that bit. I just think that's not really for me. The other thing as well, issue I've got with this one is the posing. I feel like it kind of looks like he's sort of struggling to stand up. Specifically, the Lightning Claw variant sort of looks very much like he's kind of like balancing awkwardly on like a ball or something. It's just sort of...
I think that with the posing, it doesn't really know where it's going. Like, to me, especially from the first one, it looks like he's jumping upwards and backwards, like he's sort of jumping away while shooting, because that's the sort of the pose that the legs are giving you. But with the lightning claws, it looks like he's meant to be attacking, but it doesn't really look like he's coming down to attack. He's not moving forwards. He's not being vicious in any way. So he just sort of looks like he's sort of weirdly floating there and doesn't really know whether he's coming or going.
I think this is the thing. When you look at the work they did on the captain with jump pack for Space Marines, it has this kind of deadly forwards momentum to him. And I feel like that, frames the mini quite well. I think this has a similar problem to that mini, though, which is that you got a lot of miniature hanging off of a very small amount of stuff. The fact that they've decided that the embellishment that it's going to basically hang off of is a little bit of a smoke plume, to me feels like just a recipe for disaster. I feel the same about the Space Marine captain on jump pack as well. But I'm always a little bit anxious about these kind of miniatures that they design and create where they literally got all that bulk on top of like a tiny little bit of plastic. It feels to me like a recipe for disaster. But, I guess just use magnetic cases and be gentle in your games. But, it's just sort of, these are design decisions that I don't think are very player focused. I think they're very, very miniature painting and more kind of...
Well, I think there's like an economy of the sprue and plastic as well. So you could do, for example, in this mini, a literal giant plume, like smoke plume coming out of the actual jetpack, a bit like you see with those 3D prints, right? Yeah. And that would be the stand, and that would be probably quite awesome and really dynamic and give it a sense of direction and purpose, and whether he's coming or going. But then that would require you to do at least two sides to this plume, and actually maybe several. You'd have to cut that up several ways for it to come out for plastic injection molding. That would probably require a whole sprue to itself. And whereas a tiny little thing coming from the leg is much more economical with that, the box space that you'll have to physically fit these sprues on. And they'd probably rather prioritize lots of different weapon options on a sprue rather than, just a plume of smoke. But yeah, I kind of agree with you. The jetpack, like the trophy rack doesn't look great, at least from this angle. I like the style of the jetpack for sure. And it's like, I got some of the Mark V Heresy ones, because I like that twin engine look from some of my Thunder Warriors that I'll be doing at some point down the line. But the bits I don't like, the Chaos ones, are the sort of the weird little bone growths coming out of the engine. Personally, I don't particularly like those. But, I'm not a Chaos player, so I'm not the target audience, I think, in that respect. And, yeah, just overall, out of the two, I prefer the captain on foot. This guy isn't really doing it for me. I mean, his helmet is okay, and his axe looks all right, and that's about as much as I can say. with it. I suspect maybe the reason why I didn't do like this really cool forward pose is because Harken Worldclaimer has that with his spear, and they wanted a different silhouette. That could be my only logic if they had thought about it in that sense. But yeah, it just seems a bit awkwardly posed.
I think my major criticism of the jump pack one is what about this miniature makes it a lord? Like, what is it that makes it stand out?
The big trophy rack.
Yeah, that's it, really, right? Like, that's the one embellishment it has that gives it lord status, and that's probably the thing I like least about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you took that trophy rack off of it, well, yeah, but that's very Space Marines, isn't it? That's the thing that they have.
A cape of flesh.
A cape of flesh, yeah. Well, there we go. But yeah, that's the thing. Especially, I mean, obviously, the base size is going to be bigger. They're probably going to have a slightly bigger stature, so that's going to help. And, you know, they do have that flap of skin coming off of it, or flap of whatever it is. So maybe that's what does it. But yeah, I mean, look, overall, I think, yeah, the Lord on foot is the stronger of the two for sure. But, you know, at the end of the day, cool that Chaos, you know, get 2 new Lord variants. That's kind of nice.
Yeah. It also has one thing that you do like, and that is a chest harness. Chest harness.
Oh, yeah, that is true. That is true. That was one of my weird frustrations.
They look more like cables, but I assume that's what it is.
Yes, yeah, that is very much what we're going for here. Yeah, I didn't understand why they removed the harnesses from the Primaris variant, but I genuinely just think they forgot to put it on in terms of when they were designing the minis, and then we're like, oh well, now we don't have them. There's a new Chaos Space Marine Codex cover. It's the old cover. It's the exact same cover from 9th edition, but made worse. So well done them. You know, it's like, yeah, the old Chaos Space Marine cover, pretty good.
But like, give me that captain on the cover. Like, he's got a cool pose, got loads of cool weapons. He's got a pretty weird but also cool trophy rack, I guess, coming out of him.
Yeah, he's quite decent, to be fair. He's all the, you know, spiky and unpleasant bits. Yeah, I mean, look, I quite like the Chaos Space Marine cover when it was done for 9th edition. I just don't understand why removing 2/3 of the background and replacing it with just a really nasty red hue is the way that you want to kind of show it. It's like, it just...
Well, and the logo, that's what they've put in there. The symbol.
Yeah, very important to get that in there. But yeah, it's all right. It's fine. I mean, it was a great piece of artwork when they did it for 9th edition, certainly in the upper percentile of 9th edition Codex covers. But, you know, at the end of the day, it is definitely worse now for those design features. But look, at the end of the day, who spends time looking at Codex covers other than us when they are announced and shown? It's a long way from what we saw on the Custodes cover, it's fair to say. The Custodes cover, though still not good by some of the 9th edition standards, superior, I would say, to what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I would say so. I like the Custodes one.
And indeed. I mean, I will just say this, though, right? It's like, I don't know whether this is entirely accurate as a statement, but it feels pretty lame when your Codex is just getting the cheap 9th edition redo, as it were. You know, Dark Angels got a nice new cover. Custodes get a nice new cover. But, you know, and those books are probably going to be good. I mean, Dark Angels, pretty good. You know, Custodes probably going to be pretty good. I'll tell you what wasn't good. Tyranids and Admech, and they just got the redo. So maybe Chaos Space Marines are going to be terrible if the cover, the Codex cover mantra is anything to go by.
Now, how many new models or units did Drukhari get?
How many new models of Drukhari?
When they came out, because you know when their Codex came out.
Drukhari Codex came out like ages ago, though.
For 10th? Oh no, I mean, were you talking about the 10th Ed Codex or the 9th Codex?
Well, Drukhari haven't had a 10th Ed Codex. Drukhari haven't had the 10th Ed Codex.
Then why are you saying they've... I thought you were talking about the 10th Ed Codexes, though, being good.
Yeah, I said Dark Angels had a good one. because
Oh,
they've
sorry,
got
Dark
a nice new
Angels,
cover.
not Drakari. Okay. Forget. I'm just,
Yeah,
I just
Dark
missed
Angels.
hearing
And I
it.
said Tyranids, to be fair, are terrible. But they didn't get a new Codex cover, and they're not that good. They're okay. But Admech got no new Codex cover, got a terrible new miniature, and even worse rules. So
Well, I was going to say, so Chaos Space Marine's got 2 new models, and maybe that's
true.
why they got a bad Codex cover, whereas Custodes only got 1 model, so therefore they can invest more time doing the Codex cover. So, they gave them a new one.
That's fair.
Whereas some winners, I guess, Dark Angels got new cover and loads of new models. Tyranids they had an old cover, but then they had loads of new models. And as you say, Admech lost out because they only got 1 model. They got an old cover, and their rules weren't very good.
Yeah. And what was the other army? There is one more army. Oh, Necrons. Necrons got a new cover. Necrons got a new cover and are insane. So there you go. That's basically it. If
the
they
real
give
winner.
you a new cover, your rules are madness. So Chaos Space Marine players, don't get too excited. Is essentially what the.
I like your theory. Yeah.
Absolutely. This is what Games Workshop are trying to teach us here through their actions. They've also got some boxes. You've got one with a load of Raptors in it, and you've got another one with some Terminators in it, and some Possessed and some Marines and stuff. Again, boxes of stuff done, hopefully at a discount, groovy granules. But yeah, that pretty much sums up Chaos Space Marines, I reckons.
Yep.
Unless you've got any other thoughts and feelings on it?
No, not at all. Those boxes are okay. That's about it.
I would say this is pretty mid. But, at the end of the day, good that Chaos Space Marines are getting, it wasn't more than I think Chaos Space Marines in 9th edition had their codex for 9 months or something before this new edition came along. So, it's nice that they're getting it relatively earlier this time around, I suppose.
True.
Win-win. All right, next thing on the list is Kill Team, which is the Votann facing off against the GSC. And we've got both new Votann and new GSC. What's the vibe, Phil? I'll let you go first on this.
Votann is still on my long-running streak of producing minis I don't like, unfortunately. I still don't get the style that they've chosen, especially with the Halfkin Pioneers. I kind of got the basic troops. I thought they looked all right in the grand scheme of things. But, yeah, guys in long jackets, they're not winning me over particularly because they've got a bit of a weird mishmash of aesthetics. I think the one that puzzles me the most is, actually, he's not pictured here, but was in the video where he's one of the robots wearing one of the long coats. And then the mix of weapons are a bit odd. There's a weird crossbow pistol one of the guys have got, and then a weird kind of a weird needle gun, I think. I don't know. It just doesn't do anything for me. It's just not what I wanted from squats. When I think about classic squats and what they could have been, this isn't it. And it's so far removed from what I would have liked. And it's just that disappointing is still grating on me 1 year on, I think. The guy with the little beanie, I like the top half of him. The fact he then also has a robot hand, or I assume, he's lost it and had it replaced, again, just seems odd because you're merging the two concepts of, I don't want to say humans, but, your dwarves with your robot helpers. But then you've got some people that are slightly cyborg-esque and they're augmenting the technology. I'd rather they just be two separate things, and that's what you're trying to do.
It is weird, isn't it? Because
it's a mishmash of ideas.
Yeah, because why does the robot look exactly the same as a squat? Or
Oh, yeah,
rather,
sorry, he is in it. I just didn't notice because he's so similar looking. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. So you make it that the robots look exactly the same as a regular League of Votan, but yet for some reason you decide that League of Votan guy has a prosthesis that looks like
more like the robot. Yeah.
More like the robot. It's like, I just don't get it. I mean, here's the thing, like putting them in trench coats. The thing you always have to appreciate about squats or not squats, sorry, Leagues of Votan is when you see them, the models always look better in person. They look in photography.
For sure.
And the reason for that is, I think, as well as scale. These photos make them look bigger than they are. Like, I'm always surprised when I see Leagues of Votan because I'm always reminded, actually, they're tiny.
I've got one on my desk. It's because it was a freebie one from Games Workshop. Yeah, they're about the same height as a guardsman, but they're just a lot fatter. And I think the thing that looks odd with these guys is because not only have they got their armor, they've got their jackets over their armor. So their heads look tiny in comparison to their body, even more so than the regular Votans. And then there's just the odd embellishment of that kind of runic symbols for like your dwarves. And it just feels so out of place with their technology. I just think that, I don't know, my personal gripe is I just don't think they got the styling and the concept of Votan quite right, or at least what I would have done.
No, I think
the base guys aren't as bad as, probably what I first thought, but I think these guys just feel like they're just going in the wrong direction for me visually.
Yeah, like I'm not in love with this at all. I think this is pretty underwhelming. Again, I always go back to the same statement, which is go look at the Iron Heads in Necromunda. The Iron Head squats.
Oh, the Prospectors, they're great.
10 out of 10.
If they were more like that, that would be cool. And, these guys have some cool bits on them. Like there's a guy with, kind of like a night vision goggles. Like that bit's cool. Don't get the crossbow. That seems a bit weird because he's not an Inquisitor. Like the pistol and the shotgun, like the weapons kind of look okay, but nothing else is really speaking to me. It's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, the specialist game team absolutely knocked squats out of the park with the work that they've done with their range. If you were looking to play kill team, I'd just pick up the squats from, it's a £30 box set and it is infinitely better. And you could easily rep this on Kill Team as that and have a much nicer looking collection for your troubles.
I will end on one positive note about these guys. Please. That these are Hurfkin Pioneers without their horrible bike. Because that was, I think, worse than the actual concept of them wearing jackets, which I still think is pretty bad. But the bike, I think, was terrible as a design. So the fact that they've not got that is at least a plus point.
There you go. Could be worse.
I'm sorry to any listeners that really like the Votan.
What I find interesting, Phil, is you and I normally can and consistently do disagree on a lot of things, but we're both pretty set on the fact that Votan is just a miss in terms of the range. I'm sure. I actually the vehicles have grown on me over time. Land Fortresses and that other one.
That one's not too bad. Cool. Yeah. The big one I think's all right for what it is. I guess the little one's okay. It's just the bikes that I'm really not a fan of. And as I said, I've got a individual solo model that I got from Games Workshop with the helmet on. I think does look a lot better. And it's just the sort of spacesuit style armor that that kind of basic infantry range. I think is pretty good. It's just where it goes off into the exo armor. I'm still not 100% sold on the bikes, the leather jackets. Is when it does that stuff I'm a bit disappointed in. And as you say, the Necromunda version just infinitely even blows all of those out of the water, even the good stuff.
And then the next thing in this kit is what has up until recently been known as the Gene Stealer Cult Hybrid Squad. So historically, This was a upgrade sprue for the Cadians. So essentially, historically, you got a box of Cadians, and then you basically slapped on a bunch of Genes to the Cult bits, and you ended up with your hybrids. Now, to the best of my knowledge, this is not what that is anymore. This is its own original kit, unless, of course, this is a Cadian upgrade sprue, in which case I'll retract that statement. But I don't think they've released language to that effect. I think this is its own original thing, right, Phil?
Well, as far as I'm aware, they haven't said either way, and I'm just trying to look at the models to try and tell, and it could well be an upgrade kit because of base bodies do just very much look like Cadians, and then it's the arms and the heads that are specifically Gene Stealer Cult. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's an upgrade kit, and also the normal format tends to be one brand new team plus an upgrade team. So that kind of makes me think that these probably are, but this is far, far superior than the Votan. Like, I really like these guys. I think they look great. I think visually awesome, fit in with the 40k aesthetic. Love the sort of sergeant with the power sword and the Gene Stealer claw. I think that's really cool. And then the fact that the other guys are just sort of, regular dudes, and they've got slightly funny looking heads and the odd accoutrement to look a bit more Gene Stealery. I think that's perfect for what these guys are.
So I'm looking back and forth, Phil. I think there is actually a very high percentage chance that this is an upgrade sprue for the new Cadian kit. I think,
I wouldn't be surprised. It would make sense for them to do it as an upgrade kit, because why wouldn't you? It just saves on sprues, basically.
Yeah, the more I look back and forth at the two kits, the more I'm pretty confident that this is a Cadian upgrade sprue.
Yeah.
So that, in all probability, is a Cadian upgrade sprue. My impression of it is, it looks great, although, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, like, 1980s or 1990 Star Trek aliens.
I was literally staring at the heads thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Something out of Deep Space Nine.
Absolutely. It's that thing where it's like, we need to get a person and make them look more alien. Let's get the thinnest person we can find and put some ridges on their head, and then give them, like a glove that makes it look like they've got a claw or something. And then we've pretty much ticked the box. So, look, I mean, I think this is really nice. I think it's good. I think the Cadian kit is good anyway. So I think this layered on top is pretty good as well. I can't say anything especially bad about it. I think it's actually quite good, to be fair. So credit where credit's due to them. Those are pretty good.
The guy top right with the loudspeaker, that is phenomenal, and I'm pretty sure that isn't in the regular kit, and it would almost be worth trying to source that bit on its own, because even if that's for like your regular guardsman, because that's a very cool looking piece. Like I love that as a concept.
I think the legs are definitely from
generic
Cadian kit. In fact, I can identify the leg and torso. But no. I mean, it's interesting to imagine how that neck piece kind of goes around. It must just be something that kind of slots in the front. It has to be asserted.
They've got heads a bit like Space Marines, where they've got the sort of the neck that's got the sort of a rubber join seal, I think, and it's curved at the bottom and sort of sits in.
I get the feeling, though, and it has to be asserted, I feel like maybe, just maybe, when Games Workshop made the Cadian kits, they probably took stock of the fact that the GSC hybrids needed the old Cadian kits to come to life. So they probably did go, oh, actually, let's make it that this is compatible with a new hybrid kit. I get the feeling that's probably
that totally makes sense that they would think about that kind of thing. And, potentially down the line, they might do other kinds of upgrade kits to swap out the heads of the Cadians to turn them into other regiments. That would be pretty awesome to see. Whether we ever do get that level of detail in sort of sub-factions, I don't know.
Indeed. All right. Next thing, Horus Heresy, Phil.
Oh, wow. You're skipping over a key talking point here, Dan. The little blocky bits of terrain that you get with Kill Team. The little
Horus Heresy
genitoriums.
Good.
Okay.
So Horus Heresy, they're basically announcing that they're going to do plastic AdMech for Heresy, right? And that's what's happening.
I can't believe you're not letting me talk about it. But yes, they're doing AdMech. Great. It was not a surprise that they were going to do it at some point, and we don't really know much other than that. But good on them.
Yeah.
It's only good for the game.
Look, I mean, at the end of the day, exactly. AdMech are cool. The AdMech in Heresy are especially cool. And hopefully it doesn't cost you as much money to field AdMech in Heresy as it does in 40k. But we'll see.
Yeah, do you think people might do what they've sort of been doing with, or talking about with Astra Militarum and Solar Auxilia? So do you think we'll get people buying the Adeptus Mechanicum stuff for 40k and sort of just proxying it and making it work?
Oh, 100%, yeah. Without a doubt. That's definitely going to happen.
Fair enough. And then I guess on to Necromunda?
Yeah, so what's going on with that? I haven't actually really paid much attention to that. What's going on?
There was a trailer where there's a silhouette of what looks like some Van Sar, and then it pans downwards into effectively not like an underhive, but some kind of underground bunker, and that's it. You don't really see anything. And it says, delve into Necromunda's darker side. So potentially it's going to be exploring a new area or location of some kind. So maybe out of the ash wastes and to somewhere else. But literally that's it. They haven't told us anything else. So it'll be interesting to see when we hear more, basically.
Is it rat skins, Phil? Are we bringing back the rat skins?
Well, it could be the Sump, potentially, as a setting, which was like the very bottom area of the Necromunda. I don't know if that's actually been explored in the current rules as part of the Underhive. It might have. And obviously, rat skins they were either part of that or part of Ash Waste. And one of the models that they previewed recently did, I don't think it was explicitly a rat skin, but it was of that styling. And I think they've deliberately tweaked it to not be as Native American, I think, as the original Ratskins were, because I guess that's seen as a bit problematic. So it'd be a bit more of a fresh spin on it, which does make sense. Whether you'll get them as a whole gang, that would be cool to see.
Well, there you go. Maybe we're bringing back the pit fights. Ooh.
Mm.
Indeed. Who knows for sure. But yes, Necromunda. More to come, I suppose. Next on the carousel of things, we have Warcry. Age of Sigmar's Warcry. Apparently a very, very good game. Certainly something I could be interested in playing in the future, but right now I feel like I've got enough on my plate. If you like your Ozark Bone Reapers, boy howdy, Games Workshop's got a treat for you. Imagine them, but more like animals. So now you've basically got bat bones, bigger bloke bones, centaur bones, and little doggy bones. That's basically what you're getting for your efforts. I mean, I don't necessarily dislike it, but it's not for me, is probably what I'm going to say about all of these. I don't know if you've got an opinion on them, Phil.
Like the regular guys on foot are kind of cool. I mean, overall, I would say that I'm not a huge fan of Ozark Bone Reapers. There's some very cool models in the range, but on the whole, I would say 50% plus I'm not hugely keen on. They're a bit too bony Whereas I like my skeletons being all bone and no armor, but really thin, classic Harryhausen style skeletons. And these aren't that. However, the centaur, I think, is pretty cool. The little doggos, the bone doggos, they're okay, but I'm not a fan of them. And I'm kind of a bit tired of this general trope that we see in either Underworld or Warcry, where they're just doing cute animals constantly. It's like, here's a warband with some dogs, basically, or a monkey or something. And it was a novelty when they did it the first couple of times, and now it's like the 10th warband with it. I'm sort of tired of it, and it's now just a trope that they do with every warband. And I don't know if that's just like the season style that they're trying to do, or they're trying to give us units, that fit a certain theme. And, they've described these as sort of effectively, the very vanguard of vanguards going out and sort of traveling out on their own away from the main army. So having things like dogs does make sense lore-wise. And maybe every army does deserve a doggo, right? No matter who you play, most people like dogs. So I sort of get the idea of it, but I'm a bit over it at this stage. And when you see these ones, they just feel a bit forced, because they're just very weird. But they're kind of okay at the same time. That's it for those guys. And then what's your take
I don't have anything really else to add to the...
Fair enough. And what's your take on the Sylvaneth?
My take on the Sylvaneth is that the Sylvaneth are fantastic. Sylvaneth continue to be one of the most visually appealing ranges within Age of Sigmar, and this very much continues in that vein. They are freaking awesome. The person in charge with the honey, or rather beehives, above their head, and the swarm of bees fluttering around them is, really beautiful. The fellas with the swords and bows, really, really, really cool. The geezer with the whipping branches, the kind of thorny arms, utterly spectacular. And even the assortment of dryads have really got like an extra layer of like character and personality. The dryad range of miniatures are really quite old now. I think they're from as long ago as like 7th edition Warhammer Fantasy. So seeing new dryad minis that have got a little bit more character to them is really beautiful. So yeah, look, overall phenomenal kit, looks incredible. Really, really happy with that. I think at the end of the day, Sylvaneth continue to be a gorgeous looking faction. So I can't say anything other than that. Really, really cool.
Fair enough. Yeah, they're not a faction I've ever been drawn to, mostly because they're elves. But these are cool minis. The paint job's really phenomenal. They're very gnarly, to excuse the pun. The sort of the hair and the whips that look like roots kind of make me feel sick. It's like they're really gross warband, but in kind of a good way, I guess. The dryads, I would say, are the weakest thing, and they don't really seem that great, or I don't know, their poses are maybe a bit too odd, but could just be the photography. I'm sort of willing to let that one slide because the other miniatures are just pretty phenomenal for what they are, and they do completely fit into the archetype of the faction and no dogs. So, 10 out of 10 for me, not getting bored of them.
That's a good way of looking at it. Additionally, we've got another piece of scenery, which is a plank of wood on top of a tree that's also a face, or not even a face, just a mouth.
Yes.
It's pretty bonkers. I kind of love it, but at the same time, it's proper nuts. It's not a terrain piece I probably will be falling over myself to acquire, but really cool. Really uniquely AOS, I'd say.
Yes, yeah. It very much fits into, the realm of the beast, which is the season we're getting at the moment. So, as part of AOS 4, I assume we're going to move to a different realm. So actually, kind of looking forward to what new style terrain we get there, because the wood stuff for the Realm of Beasts is just a bit too it's a bit too monstrous, and I don't like these kind of, the tribal sort of round planks that we've got, like the aesthetic of the constructs on top of the trees that we've had for Warcry. Something a bit more traditional and sort of generic fantasy, a bit more humanesque. I think I would personally prefer, and feels like it's a bit more universal in terms of, the settings that you can do. Whereas everything we've seen from Warcry, and not necessarily Underworlds because they don't really do terrain, but the Warcry terrain is all just Realm of Beasts and is clearly just Realm of Beasts and can only be Realm of Beasts. That's sort of my only criticism of it. But if you love that setting and love the style, then great. I mean, the one thing I did like was there was like the ruined Seraphon pyramid. That was a pretty cool piece. And there was the giant sort of frog head that was meant to be part of one of their crashed ships. That was cool. I did like that, and that felt a bit more, and it felt good enough to be generic and could be used elsewhere in other settings.
No, totally. I'm sort of looking at the time and looking at how much we've got ahead of us. So let's just smash through the next few bits. So Warhammer Underworlds has got some new minis. I have no idea what's going on with this weird, almost like deaf human Frankenstein selection, but they look really awesome. There's something very, very cool about this.
The Cities of
Sigma,
Sigma.
I haven't taken the time to really look.
Yes, the Cities of Sigma.
Are they Cities of Sigma, are they?
Yeah, Cities of Sigma, they're like flagellants, but they've been like all touched by lightning in some way.
Wow.
And yeah, so they're basically like the modern equivalent of flagellants from the Empire days.
I'm not being funny, mate, but like Cities of Sigma should be the poster child of Age of Sigma. It's so cool.
Oh, yeah.
Just the breadth and depth that this range has. It's, my God, it's amazing. Like, this is like a flavor of it, but it's fantastic. This is, it's 10 out of 10. It's amazing. Why?
It's totally nuts. It's great. And I sort of feel like half the time with the these Warcry Underworld warbands, whenever they do Cities of Sigma, I sort of feel like the designers are like, let's make a Mordheim warband and not tell anyone that's what we're doing. We jazz it up a little bit so it's got a bit of AOS flair, but really it's so you can maybe clip a few things off here and there and you've got a Mordheim warband. And that's what this feels like. It's like, well, we want flagellants in our Mordheim. That's what we need. So we're going to give it to you here. And yeah, they've like made it suitably creepy. Yeah, I just love it. This is, as you say, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it's tremendous. Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing is with it is like, yeah, Cities is just super interesting. This is super cool. Like, yeah, I just don't understand why the story they're creating around Stormcast Eternals is cool. The whole kind of like, growing over time, getting worse over time, all that kind of stuff. The whole how every time they die, a little piece of them, blah, blah, blah. I like all that. But big golden warriors, even when you put them on dragons, although they're pretty cool when they're on dragons, are super boring. This is super interesting. I just don't understand why Games Workshop just don't abandon Stormcast Eternals being the poster children. But obviously, they're far too invested in it at this point, so whatever. But, another great example of Cities. And then also we got some Flesh Eater Court guys who look like Flesh Eater Court guys, with the addition of a big bat in the middle. Again, they look fine. They look like Flesh Eater Courts. I don't really know how much more you can embellish that statement other than they look good and the bat fella looks quite funny. But yeah, that's probably about as much as I can honestly say about that.
Yeah, they're not as standout as the Cities warband. They've got a few nice elements. The bat is very cool, and I'm slightly biased because I did a conversion a few years ago of a ghoul with wings that looks 90% exactly like this, except I used one of the Hobbit goblin miniatures, and I kept that head because I preferred it. So it doesn't have a bat head, but otherwise, for all intents and purposes, it looks just like that mini. So yeah, the big bat is very cool. The rest, so and so, not quite leaning into the sort of a Mad Knight aesthetic that they have done with the more recent releases. But this feels a bit more like a traditional, pre that change look at what the ghouls were beforehand. They sort of feel a bit more like that, a bit more traditional, I would say.
But yeah, good effort there. Then we got some Warhammer the Old World. That was next in the list. So dwarves are getting some updates. So they're getting a new box, which has the copters and a few other units. They're getting some new plastics. They've also got an arcane journal. So they're going to be getting Matey Boy riding around on the shield, and also another thing that I can't.
Yeah, he's there's the Slayer King, which is the new version, new character based on an old character who's now younger. So he's coming back and is one of the newest sculpts that they've done for it.
Nice. Yeah, that's cool. And then, yeah, I mean, like, overall, it's a really nice dwarf minis. I think it's fair to say the new stuff's really cool. The old stuff's really cool. I think dwarfs are definitely, a really beloved range within Warhammer, the Old World. And I think there's going to be a lot of people out there who are really excited to put them back on the tabletop. And I think this is just a really nice selection of extra bits for them. I don't really feel like there's anything especially standout. They didn't get really any massive new like hero pieces beyond obviously the guy on the shield, which is a cool looking plastic mini for sure. But like, yeah, no big monsters or anything like that. But again, I think dwarves, are really kind of staying true to that sort of archetype, and I think they look really cool. So I think there's going to be a lot of reasons why a lot of people are excited about these new additions to the range, and hopefully we see a lot of dwarfs taking to the battlefield and in the Old World, because, these are really nice. So, yeah, overall, I'm just dead happy with them. I think Old World is, looking really good at the moment. And I think, this dwarf release is pretty cool. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what else to add beyond that other than, thumbs up, dwarves, baby.
Yeah, it's super exciting. Obviously, I've got a dwarf army from back in the day, from still up in the loft. So the one thing I think excites me the most is the made-to-order dwarf regiment of renown, which was Prince Ulther and his command squad and just general body men, general blokes. They I think will be really cool because they've called the Imperial Dwarves, I believe. And they are of the era that my entire army exists, whereas actually all the plastic stuff is a bit too modern to fit in. So I'd probably, as painful as it will be to get this, plus the Marauder Giant, have to do these made-to-orders to get hold of them, because I think they will be a great addition to my army. But it's nice to see that the newer sculpts do seem to fit in with the style of the older stuff. And something we talked about in the outro, to say that we recorded stuff in a slightly different order. You speculated, where are the new orcs? And I was like, well, maybe we just haven't seen them. But the fact is that we've seen the new dwarves at this reveal kind of makes me think there are new orc models, and that you're just getting all the old stuff and that's it.
I think there was one new orc. I think they got like a black orc war boss type thing.
Maybe that's it.
It didn't immediately stand out.
Fair enough. But I also do like how whenever they show you these models, that they give you a little stamp to tell you if it's returning or if it's brand new. I find that quite useful because I think a lot of people wouldn't know unless they were around in those days.
No, fair. Last thing of these reveals, beyond obviously Age of Sigmar 4, which I think, if I'm honest with you, Phil, I think we're going to have to talk about that in the next episode because I just don't have the time to talk about it now.
Oh, Fair enough. And I guess there'd be more stuff revealed over in that time to talk about it. Because there's not a huge amount to say other than, isn't it exciting? What could it be?
Yeah, I think that's the thing with AOS 4. It's like, for most of our listeners, they don't care. And also, in the general sense, at the moment, there's no real miniatures that they've revealed for it. There's a video that looks fine. I mean, it's a perfectly acceptable piece of video. And then add to that the fact that, like, yeah, they're changing up the rules and doing a bunch of stuff, but it's very early days for that. So I think it's fair to say, look, AOS 4 is exciting. I'm excited about it. I'm optimistic because of the team involved, but it's cautious optimism at the moment. I think the minute that they say that they're going to move into an index concerns me, because one of the things I love about Age of Sigmar is the customization and the way that the battle tomes facilitate a lot of expression within, limitations. I think the way that you can customize and craft your army in AOS is really fun. And I think, like, the battalion system, I think the way the missions are structured, basically, sincerely, when I look at AOS 3, although I can acknowledge and accept that some of the armies are powerful, as a core game set, I don't see very much wrong with it. And to be honest with you, based on how fun I find Age of Sigmar at the moment, I really feel like they're going to have to do some work to earn my excitement on AOS 4. And although I'm happy with what I've seen so far, broadly, I'm not excited about it at the minute. If anything, I'm more cautious. But hopefully the stuff that we start to see going forwards gets me excited, because at the moment I'm just terrified that they're going to ruin it. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, I guess, on the AOS 4 front.
Yeah, no, that's totally understandable. I am as intrepid as you are in that respect, because it feels like, at least for us, having only played it for just over a year now, that it's a system that doesn't really need changing. Sure, tweak a few things here and there, but that's all that was needed. Tin hat full time, I sort of feel like this could well be the game's designers didn't want to change it, but someone in head office says that they make loads more money when they reset an edition, because that's happened with 40k, and that they've potentially been forced to do it, and they're going to do the best job that they can. However, I sort of trust the guys that are doing it. They've done a great job with AOS, so as much as it is to sort of try and believe in a complete unknown, and I do have faith in them of doing a good job, and I just hope they pull that off.
I think there's the thing. I think if they muck it up, I'm very happy with AOS as it is. I'll seal that in amber and play AOS free for with yourselves, my friends, for a while longer, and see what it becomes. I'm not like, the thing is, it's not like 40k where it's as. Sorry, Phil. We got like a crazy. Let us just stop for a sec. Hang on. Sorry, guys. We just had to fix a weird tech issue. We were having really, really terrible latency, which probably comes across in what you just heard. But hey, we only tolerated it for about half an hour, so hopefully that wasn't too irritating. But look, when I say things now, Phil responds.
Hello.
And I respond. And then he responds.
Exactly. Isn't it great?
Oh, my God. It's like a proper conversation. Anyway, look, AOS 4, very mixed emotions at the moment. I feel like AOS has kind of been a bit of a sort of salvation for me in terms of the fact that I've just really enjoyed it. It's been a really fun game. I had a lot of good experiences with it in the first year of playing it. And I'm just, it just feels like it's that thing where I'm like, oh, please don't ruin it. Don't make it bad.
Yeah. And I guess part of it is also, we've just collected all these books that are kind of no longer going to be valid. At least if it was an iterative edition, yes, your battle tome is going to be replaced, but maybe not for a couple of years. Stuff's still valid. The campaign books would have still been all valid. And now all of that's going out the window. And it is a bit weird that they're effectively announcing a new edition where all the rules are changing and then still advertising the very last book for the Dawnbringer series, which is a shame because it sort of just sours that the culmination of this narrative story. And it's a bit annoying, I think, and a bit frustrating, especially since it wasn't like other editions of 40k where it felt like it was really needed.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people who were really in deep on AOS felt like it was needed. People who are definitely closer to it than we are or have been would definitely say that this is more warranted, but I don't know. To me, it just feels like third edition AOS was in a great place. And again, as I say, things they've said so far is like combat range is same for everything, which I actually think is good because you as a Nighthaunt player have really struggled with your 1-inch reach.
Yeah.
So that's good, I guess. But then they're reducing objective ranges to 3 inches. So that's something they've confirmed now. So the range of objectives is 3 rather than 6. And I think that's actually quite a meaningful change. They're going to keep the priority roll, so the double turn, but they're adding mechanics that kind of attempt to balance that more and add more kind of risk reward, which again could be really good, but we'll see. And then beyond that, they're also talking about reactions, which is always a little bit of a red flag because I'm always a bit like, oh God, not. I mean, there's lots of like nice little reactions in there already, but I just don't want them to put a stratagem system in there or just like, oh God. I mean, the order system kind of is that, but yeah, God, don't put stratagems in it, please. Like, leave that alone.
Yeah, there's definitely been a few things that make me feel like it's moving more towards a 40k style system, which isn't actually what I want. Because I thought the way it was operating with orders and, ranges for mechanics and even actually the 6-inch objectives I quite liked because it was quite different. I think actually reducing the range of the objectives will be overall good for the game though. But yeah, there was a few things that made me worry. And a few things that seemed quite positive, like where they say, yes, your champion is a universal kind of rule. So it doesn't need to be written on the war scroll, and that every war scroll is just going to be one page, one side. And I think originally that's what it was when AOS first came out, and every so often, units have gotten bigger and bigger. That's expanded out, so it's kind of bloated in that respect. And again, that's sort of a rule that's coming back with 10th edition 40k, like with the data cards and stuff like that. All being mostly one page or double sided. So it feels like they've maybe borrowed elements from 40k, which makes me worry, but I hope they've got it right. And it sort of sounds like it could be, but we just don't know at this stage.
Well, indeed. But anyway, we'll talk about it more in a future episode. But to finish off the preview section, although actually technically not finish off the preview section because there is one extra thing. In fact, nuts to it. I'm going to talk about it straight away. Heresy Thursday was also today, and there's a really beautiful new White Scars mini. That White Scars mini for Horus Heresy, phenomenal. Like, that is stunning. Just beautiful. Probably the second nicest looking miniature announced on Thursday, the 21st of March. Second nicest.
I think it's pretty good. Also, Crusade armor, which is quite interesting. Which, personally, the legs of the Crusade armor aren't doing it for me personally. The thing I love about it is the paint job on the face, because he's basically wearing makeup. Like, he's wearing a face of, like, sort of skulls painted on, which is phenomenal to pull off. Because I think painting faces is hard enough, but trying to paint makeup or any kind of face paint to make it look like it's that on top of a model head, it's like 2 layers. You've got to paint the face and you've got to do that as well. So the fact they've pulled that off is phenomenal. I love the backpack, and I love the cloak and the cape, like the fur lined backpack and the cape. I really want that for one of my Thunder Warriors. But I don't really want to have to buy a whole model just to get hold of it. But yeah, I think it's a really good mini.
Yeah, no, stunning. Definitely the second nicest mini released or shown today, as in Thursday the 21st. But probably the nicest mini, in my opinion, is the final of the Dawnbringer books cover star, that being, how am I pronouncing this? Abraxia?
Yeah, or Braxa. I don't know. One of the two. Abraxia. Yeah, probably.
Whatever the case, a Chaos Lord on some kind of big lizard. Phenomenal. Like, this is Chaos Lords done right. This is beautiful. Like, everything about this is on point. Even, like, the face sculpt with the horns and the overall kind of silhouette. Phenomenal. I love the sort of feral ferocity of the beast that she's riding. I think that's amazing. I think the posing, and again, the detail is there, but also, you know, subtle in places, but also quite pronounced in others. I actually think, weirdly, the cover image of this character is way weaker than the miniature. So the cover image of the Dawnbringers book, the beast that she's riding on looks quite docile, looks very kind of domesticated. It looks like a kind of slobbering dog, whereas when you see it in the miniature, there's an actual kind of like ferocity to it that really kind of is communicated through that kind of jowl and teeth and those sharp details. But yeah, overall, I just think this is a stunning miniature, and yet another example of why AOS is so awesome, because miniatures like this consistently exist in it. And I feel like across the board, the latest series of miniature reveals that we've had for AOS have all been stupendous, and this just carries on that mantra. I think it's phenomenal. I'm very excited to see Richie field this in games against me.
He's totally gonna get it for sure.
Oh, mate, it's stunning. It's an absolutely stunning mini.
Yeah, I was trying to work out what the beast it's riding is, and it just says spawn of the ancient drake, Varanthax. Because I was thinking, and I just had to quickly double check, it looks very similar to the old Forge World Basilisk mini. And it might well have been inspired by, because I think the silhouette and the pose of the model is, I think actually it's quite similar. So it may well be a modern interpretation of the old Basilisk from Forge World. And yeah, I think it's really phenomenal. Got an awesome silhouette. Got a not just a tactical rock, but a tactical bridge by the looks of it that's collapsed down. Yeah, I think there's a lot to like. I think, well, yeah, I would say the rider's probably not as strong as the monster itself, but I just absolutely love the monster. Like, that's beautiful. And as you say, probably is the best mini we've seen revealed today.
Oh, without a doubt. I think it's stunning. I think the rider, to me, has so many kind of visual cues that align with Archaon. And Archaon, in my opinion, is a beautiful rider. This miniature, she isn't, that rider isn't as awesome as Archaon. I think Archaon's helm and his kind of stature really kind of elevates him in a way. But I think this is a really, really good representation to what is essentially Archaon's second in command. She just looks phenomenal. I love the narrative as well around the weapon that she wields, the idea that Archaon is testing her and ultimately, testing her loyalty and testing her focus. So the idea that this is a weapon that will change anything that it comes into contact with, but also that includes the bearer. So the bearer has to kind of exercise this incredible willpower. I think that's just a really phenomenal piece of narrative as well. And I think, yeah, again, really kind of adds a layer of intrigue to the character and that story. So again, really happy with it. I think it's great. Again, it's interesting that we're in a situation now where we know, even though we knew already, that 4th edition AOS is coming around the corner. They're now promoting and trying to sell a book for something that you already know is definitely going to be obsolete. But, regardless, I think for me, for how much I've really enjoyed AOS 3, I really want to finish off the Dawnbringer series and have that in my collection.
Same.
I think, because, I think it's going to stand for me as an important kind of addition and something that I really will want to kind of, hold on to for the memories, as it were. So,
look back on it fondly as our first proper edition of AOS that we got into. Because obviously you bought like AOS 1 but never really played it, or you played a couple of games. Likewise, I bought the first edition book but never played anything. So it would be a time capsule, and it will sit alongside all my sort of, 6th edition Warhammer 40k books, because they're the ones I got back into the game. And it will be, a treasured moment. And as I said, would still like to somehow squeeze in the current campaign and finish it off before the edition changes and everyone will be obsessed with playing the new game.
Yeah, totally. I think it's just, it's nice. It's really cool. It's a cool mini. It's a good time. I think that's great. And again, things like this give me faith and hope that AOS 4 will be worth investing in, because at the end of the day, these armies and these collections are beautiful, and we'll see. But look, I mean, ultimately, bar the fact that it went out at a silly hour in the morning, and bar the fact that the 40k releases were pretty mid, I do think overall the excitement around AOS 4, the overall quality of the dwarf releases, the overall quality of the chaos that one chaos miniature. I think all of that wrapped up really actually makes the thing quite exciting. But yeah, from a 40k perspective, I'd say it was pretty weak. And even then, by an AOS standard, the fact that essentially we got a CG trailer and a bunch of promises, I think there's still a lot to prove on this. So yeah, look, I think at the end of the day, it was a perfectly good set of reveals. But I'd struggle to suggest that it was like one of the best. I think, we've had some really, really strong ones over the last couple of months. So this one, all things being equal, was all right. It was nothing special, I would say, as a reveal.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the format of it was special because that was new and different, and I think that worked really well. I think they need to tweak it slightly and show us more of the models during the actual video segment a bit more. But I love the sort of more interview format where they sort of went a bit more into detail. I thought that was better than it just being two people saying whether they like the models or not. That's our job, right? But as reveals go, it didn't actually feel like we saw much in the way of models, especially for 40k. It was basically two guys, right? And the kill teams. So there was
the kill teams.
Normally 40k is like 50+% of a reveal show, and everything else surrounds it. And this was very much a almost a fantasy themed reveal show with AOS and Old World sort of taking over. So for people more invested in that, I think it was probably a lot more interesting than if you were just into 40k. That's why, we dabble a bit more in everything. Because, 40k isn't the be all and end all, everyone. Get on the wagon and come for a ride with us with AOS 4. It will be interesting. But as you say, a trailer on its own, I was a bit more underwhelmed by the trailer in comparison to the previous one from AOS 3. But yeah, I can't wait to see what the models will look like. That'll be the real testament, and also what the rules will be like.
I'm really excited to see what Skaven look like. I think Skaven have got amazing potential. I think that's going to be a really great thing to see. I don't really care what they do with Stormcast. Like, Stormcast to me is so boring. Like, every time they sort of do stuff with them, I'm like, to me, the best version of Stormcast was the ones they did in between first and second edition. So not the wizard ones that were fighting against the Night Haunts, but the hunter ones that were riding griffhounds. And,
they were they were good, yeah. And I don't quite know what we're going to see this time, because in the trailer some of them look like old models, so I don't know if they're the ones we're going to see or if it'll. Yeah,
it's just a
deliberately
redo.
Withheld it.
They're just redoing the old ones, mate. They're basically taking all the old kits but all the first edition AOS kits and updating them to new minis. Yeah. So your Liberators and your Judicares or whatever they're called, all of that's getting redone.
Yeah, it'll be. Yeah, I think I would be interested purely from a conversion point of view into Thunder Warriors, and that'll be it. But also just for AOS as a whole, it'd be cool to see what they look like for the Stormcraft players.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that'd be definitely cool for them, I suppose. But yeah, Skaven is the thing I'm interested in seeing. But again, I what's really good, though, I think, actually, about not caring that much about Stormcast and obviously not playing Skaven is I don't need to kind of fool myself into thinking I need to buy this starter box set and just be like, cool, pick up the rules. I mean, by all accounts as well, like, I assume they're going to give away the rules for free, much like they have done with like 40k, because obviously you're going to get the battle tomes for free because they're now basically indexes, and they're probably going to give you a PDF of the rules. So yeah, I'll probably hold back on whether I'm going to buy this rule book for a bit. I think I'll probably, and I think that's really interesting because sincerely, unless they really like pull a rabbit out of the hat, I'm probably going to spend no money on the launch of AOS 4. Like, I'd probably just be like, I'll just download the rules and play some games and see how it goes. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I might buy a rule book. I don't know.
I think I'd happily buy a rule book, and I'd be quite happy to buy a pack of cards if they do them for the index stuff, even though they're probably going to be things that will go out of date the soonest, because once a battle tome comes out, they produce new cards. Exactly.
I mean, if it's anything like 40k, they'll be out of date before you've even bought them.
True. However, I think AOS will do a better job at not mucking those up.
I hope so too. I would sincerely agree with that, but at the same time, I suppose, yeah, let's.
I believe in Matt. He can do it, and the rest of the team. It's not just
exactly. Him. No. Anyway, there we go. That was that. Hopefully, you enjoyed that side of things. I worry maybe we leaned a little bit too on the negative for that side of ones, but yeah, I don't know. Just having one of those days. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Also, by the way, to everyone who probably was screaming at the device that you listen to this podcast on, I am also now aware that Dark Angels don't actually have a new codex. No codex cover. I got confused because I was thinking of the special edition one that came in the Deathwing box set. They just have their last cover redone. So my rule doesn't really work,
Interesting. Fair enough.
Indeed. Anyway, transitional noise. All right, all. Are you ready for a bit of filler content? We love it when there's not much happening in news and current affairs, because it means that we have to come up with something to talk about. And on this occasion, Phil has indulged me. What are we doing, Phil?
We are talking about your most favourite Warhammer 40k edition.
My most favourite of Warhammer 40,000 editions, Warhammer 40,000 5th edition, released in 2008, I believe. I'm pretty sure of that. It'd be amazing if I got that wrong from the outset. But anyway, it's a fine edition of Warhammer 40,000, and I'm here to essentially wax lyrical about it and to try and convince Phil and you, dear listener, in why it is that Warhammer 40,000's 5th edition is the finest edition of Warhammer 40,000 and the one that you should all be playing all of the time.
Okay,
sound reasonable, Phil?
That sounds perfectly reasonable.
Absolutely.
Give me your elevator pitch, if you can do.
I can do. Look, here's the thing, right? Not dismissing from the outset that one of the things that I heavily attribute to my overall fandom of Warhammer 40,000's 5th edition is the fact that it was the edition that essentially was in circulation and or availability at a time in my life where I had a disposable enough income that I could actually properly start hobbying proper. I had concluded my time at university. I had essentially arrived at a point in my life where I had something resembling a disposable income, and effectively I was able to start flexing within the world of Warhammer 40,000 and collecting miniatures willy-nilly, if you will. If I saw it or thought I wanted it, it wasn't too much of a stretch to obtain it, which I think definitely helped. You know, I mean, when I was at university, 4th edition was all the rage. And although I really love 4th edition, I struggled throughout all of it while playing it at university, because essentially I was working with a kind of ragtag collection of old stuff that I'd essentially had for a while and wasn't able to update meaningfully. But yeah, 5th was the one where I probably started to really kind of connect with, you know, the competitive scene, if you will, the tournament scenes, the local scenes. And as I was traveling the length and breadth of the UK searching employment, a great means by which I made new friends, which I suppose has been hugely beneficial. So full kind of transparency from the outset, Phil. As much as I like 5th edition because it is a great edition of 40k, I also have to acknowledge that it definitely is stoked in nostalgia as well. So that's probably an important thing. I mean, based on that, Phil, I mean, did you have any personal experience of 5th edition back in the day? You were more of you came back around 6th edition, didn't you?
Yeah, it was the tail end. I think it was the last year of 6th edition is when I sort of properly got back into the hobby with you guys and like Richard and that lot, and we were doing Warhammer World events. I was still dabbling before that, I would say. I'd never really truly left, so I was always, you know, I always was still collecting the odd thing. I think Plastic Necrons was the last army I was focusing on, I think, in the early noughties. But I don't think I actually played any 5th edition. I maybe played some 4th edition. I'm not entirely sure. I need to go back upstairs and have a look at my collection of codexes and rule books to work out what potentially I actually did. But yeah, I sort of have only loose affiliation with 5th edition through some things having rules for it, such as Bad Ab War and Siege of Vrax, which I got a bit later on, mostly 6th and 7th edition. But the rules, those were the only rules for the mainstay for some time, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with 5th edition, and one of the things that's super interesting about it as an edition is it is basically a really interesting moment within the broader spectrum of the Warhammer 40,000 hobby, because it actually really is the last edition before the game became incredibly bloated with a whole slew of different types of units and different types of offerings, essentially. This was still very much an edition of Warhammer 40,000 that's still kind of centered around those kind of core skirmish, infantry, tank, walker wargaming. Although the Imperial Armory books from Forge World had and were introducing titans and super heavy monsters and vehicles into the game, those were very much out on the fringes. There wasn't really many people rocking up to, you know, gaming events or even kind of casual, you know, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, whatever day of the week you happen to have your games night sessions. Mm-hmm. Those kind of things weren't really kind of happening at that time, or rather people weren't bringing a lot of Forge World to that stuff, at least not in my circles and where I was sort of frequenting and gaming. But at the same time, what was happening with the Imperial Armory stuff was really exciting at the same time. And we definitely started to see and feel more of a kind of galvanization and evolution of a lot of the concepts around the Warhammer 40,000 lore and IP and just the broader kind of ideas. You know, I think 5th edition really stands out to me because it was the edition where they really injected flavor into Space Marines. So prior to 5th edition 40k, Space Marines, although dripping with all these kind of exciting nuances and ideas, they hadn't necessarily brought that to life in the most comprehensive way. And I felt like 5th edition was a really amazing, almost kind of like coming out party for Space Marines, because it really started to feel like Space Marines as a faction really started to be well defined and be more than just this kind of generic, clean, ultramarine style army. It really started to inject flavor into it and to really kind of stretch the concept. So, I mean, if I could say from the outset, one of the things that I think was really exciting about the time of 5th edition was that expansion and that lore, and that ultimately that kind of process of coming up with ideas and narratives, which really have stuck and stood the test of time. You know, like the concepts that they developed in 5th around things like Necrons, Drakari, even Space Marines, as I say, the Forces of Chaos. This all really was being beautifully kind of, you know, as I said, already galvanized at this point, because I think, you know, the Rogue Trader days, they threw out a load of mad ideas, saw what stuck. 2nd edition was kind of like a natural evolution, but it was very kind of loose still, and they were still kind of trying to kind of define things as they were expanding and developing. 3rd really took it in that amazing kind of grimdark direction with the work of John Blanche, and again, everything they were doing there to further define and elaborate on those things. But yeah, throughout 4th and then subsequently 5th, I really think that's where Warhammer 40,000, as we sort of knew it for a very long time, and as we kind of still remember it now, was kind of made. I think 5th really kind of cemented a lot of that stuff, which is one of the reasons why I hold it in high regard as well. Is not only was it a fun game to play with lots of really interesting narrative nuance, with gameplay nuance, it also had a lot of narrative elements that were starting to become really exciting as well. Although some of those elements, I can't pretend that I loved all aspects of it straight away, but I think, you know, they've definitely kind of stood the test of time, I suppose. So yeah, I mean, that was super interesting. And obviously, Phil, you're someone who obviously loves things like the Badab War, which again was a book that kind of came into existence during the time of 5th edition. So I imagine for you, with your Forge World Imperial Armory kind of love affair, shall we say, especially with like the Krieg and stuff, I imagine.
Exactly, yeah, because Krieg and Siege of Rex came about in 5th edition. And so in a way I got to be a benefactor of 5th edition without having necessarily played it, because I'm pretty sure the 6th ed Gar Codex was actually the 5th ed one. And basically for some time, even playing the Krieg, you were effectively still using the 5th ed rules. I don't think I actually did, because I think with 6 they actually gave you a PDF update, which was a bit of a minor update, but you're still effectively transplanting the 5th ed rules to, you know, a couple of changes to make it compatible with 6. So yeah, I think I've enjoyed a lot of stuff from 5th, and in a way, a bit of a shame I wasn't more of a gamer back in those days to enjoy buying the Krieg when they were hot off the press, rather than what was probably 5 to 10 years too late.
You were cut down in your prime, Phil. You didn't even realise.
No, I know. Bit of a shame. Yeah, could have had more time out of those resin boys before they all become plastic down the line in the future. But yeah, I think Badab War was a great example of, as you say, sort of expanding the lore of Space Marines, doing something really different, giving you the different marks of armors as well. And yeah, I think narratively it was just really interesting. And as we talked about in the last episode, a bit of a precursor / testbed for Horus Heresy as well.
Oh, totally, mate. And I think that's the thing, right? It's like, and it wasn't just that we saw that being realized in those narratives and through things like Badab War, through the Imperial Armor side of things. We saw it within the generic codexes and the work that was done there. You know, the generic Space Marine Codex from 5th edition is, in my opinion, a really breakout moment for Space Marines. I think Space Marines today owe a lot to the design and ideas around 5th edition Space Marine Codex, because so much of it was defined. It was the first time that we had the plastic drop pod, and that really made its presence felt. Oh man, it was a game changer in terms of the Space Marine archetype. Like drop pods and Space Marines just became just quintessentially kind of interlinked in the way that they're performed on the tabletop.
I definitely remember that even in 6th edition. Like pretty much every Space Marine player had a couple of drop pods. It was like the way to play them, basically.
Yeah, and again, but it was really on brand, right? It's like that's what Space Marines are. They're this elite like force that drop in and surgically strike and cause loads of mayhem. And I always used to love in my Space Marine army in 5th edition that I'd always have the Dreadnought with multi-melter in drop pod, bring it down, turn 1, slap it on top of something that I wanted dead, like a Land Raider or some other kind of equally reinforced vehicle, and blow it to smithereens.
Sounds cool.
It was cool, Phil. And again, just, introduced loads of new characters. It was the first time that we started to see an expanded roster of successor chapter characters. So we got the sculpts for Pedro Cantor. We got the sculpts for Volker Heston. We got the, additions like the Khan for White Scars. There was a lot of really cool additions made around that time. And I think that was sort of evocative or indicative, rather, of a lot of stuff that was going on with 5th edition. Because one of the other things I really love about 5th edition and look at with very rose-tinted glasses was that 5th edition, in a lot of respects, was also one of the last editions of Warhammer 40,000 where there was this really amazing synergy between the studio developing, designing, creating rules, and the studio that was also building miniatures. And you can see this personified in Games Workshop's very early foray into YouTube. I mean, if any of you have not gone out and sought out the Jez Goodwin interviews about the creation of the Dark Elder, they are some of the most fantastic interview pieces around the process of codex design, development that you can get. So it's basically Jez and Phil Kelly chatting about the creation of Dark Elder, Drakari as they're obviously known today. And it's a beautiful thing. So I think that's the thing. It was sort of like, it felt like a really exciting time within the hobby. Also, Games Workshop as a business felt in a really good place as well. They were doing lots of really amazing kind of expansion and work at the time. And I felt like, there was a really good kind of positive community feel around it. It was very early internet stuff. So, they were making little flourishes into YouTube and they were making little flourishes into like Facebook pages and other things. Events were really starting to kind of grow. There was just a lot of excitement around Warhammer 40,000 at the time. And I think that, the community as a whole were really kind of feeding into that. But that's, I suppose, a bit of a kind of overall contextual thing. What is it about 5th as a game that I really like? And I suppose that's the thing that really kind of I need to sort of hang my hat on in terms of this kind of overall conversation. I think, again, as I say, one of the things that's really great about 5th is it was the last of the editions before we moved into some of the more extreme elements. So there aren't really any comprehensive rules in this edition for super heavy things. You can, through the expansion work that was done through the Imperial Armor books, have rules that cover big things. There were rules for things like void shields and hull points and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it was structure points.
Structure points. Thank you. Phil. Yes, structure points.
Which was, I think, it was a structure point worth 3 hull points. It was something like that.
Well, there was no hull points in 5th edition. There was only glancing hits and penetrating hits. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, okay. No, absolutely. Which is, in a way, one of 5th edition's potential pitfalls or problems. But we'll get to the negatives momentarily. But yeah, like I think that's the thing. Like it was just an edition which was still kind of expressing the idea of skirmish armies, infantry and transports and vehicles that of a relative size, moving around on 6x4 boards with a lot of like really interesting kind of core concepts that created a reasonable level of restrictions. And I think actually it's probably worth saying from the outset, I genuinely think that if you've never played Horus Heresy or you've never played an edition of Warhammer 40,000 from 7th downwards, I do think if you're kind of coming into this from a perspective of you've played, say, 8th, 9th or 10th edition exclusively, or, cohesively over the time that 8th and subsequently 10th have been available. I do think that, this as a rule set is going to definitely challenge you, because the things that I love about it are probably going to be things that annoy you about it. Because one of the things that is so evident in these rule sets and things like Heresy is, as much as you feel like you are battling against your opponent, you are also kind of fighting against the systems. Like Warhammer 40,000 5th edition is a game filled with lots of narrative flair that is exhibited on the tabletop. But as a result, it's filled with rules that, unless you're approaching it with the right mindset, and I'm not to suggest that, people who want to have their cake and eat it too are necessarily approaching things in the wrong kind of way. I mean, at the end of the day, why wouldn't you expect that kind of experience from a tabletop war game? But yeah, when you play a game like 5th edition, or even 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, or going all the way back to 2nd edition, there's so much in it that you have to kind of overcome to achieve what you want. So, for example, there are rules like night fighting, for example. So there's a chance in the opening round of the game you will be subjugated to the rigors of night fighting, which basically means you can't see very well. And because you can't see very well, you basically have to measure the distance from your, say, firing unit to their desired target, and then you have to roll 3d6 and multiply the result on those dice by, I think it was 4, maybe 3. But anyway, you roll the dice, multiply it, and if you don't roll particularly well, you essentially don't get to shoot that thing. You basically go, oh, I thought I saw something over there. Turns out I didn't. Oh, well, I just won't shoot. That's the kind of rule that creates lots of interesting kind of moments and creates a lot of kind of interesting gameplay, but it isn't I get to do the thing I want to do guaranteed, which I think definitely is a cultural shift for those of us who've been playing in the modern era of Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more tables of stuff where there's effectively RNG, like random number generated effects and events. So you've got to embrace the madness somewhat.
There was no... sorry, Phil, you were going to say, please.
Oh, no, carry on, because the other thing I was going to say was diving off slightly on a tangent.
Well, I'd love to have you diving off slightly on a tangent, mate, please.
See, when you were talking about, like, you've got to embrace it from a certain point of view, I thought you were talking more how sometimes the rules are a bit ambiguous. They're sort of
100%.
written much more sort of matter-of-factly, as if someone's talking to you, a bit like the current Forge World style, I think, is a bit much more like that. It's not the legalese that we get in the 8th edition onwards. It doesn't have the bullet points to make things very succinct. You've just got to read through it in a very sort of plain and matter-of-fact way, but there might be times where rules kind of contradict each other, or and this is where the whole thing of rules as written versus rules as intent came about, because there would be a rule that if you follow it to the letter of the law is clearly a bit busted and broken. But clearly the spirit of the rule probably means something else, but it's up to your interpretation and sort of experience of playing the game and seeing how the editions have evolved to sort of genuinely know what that is. And because these were the days, because I remember 6th edition being the same, where rules weren't ever really updated or changed or clarified, like an FAQ might happen never. Or maybe once. I remember it happening once or twice at the end of 7th edition, and that was a real sea change from 6th edition. So, I think those were problems with those earlier editions, and that's why we now sort of are in the potential dead end of rules writing for 10th edition, where everything is legalese because you could misinterpret it something, so they wanted to make it as rigorous as possible, but in doing so opens up more things to that kind of inspection, basically, for want of a better word.
Yeah, and again, there's a lot of like core concepts within the game and certain things that you just become kind of like a norm that definitely require a certain level of leniency, and templates, for example, are an incredible example, and scatter dice, for example. Those elements of gameplay are nowhere near as clean as the modern day D6 plus a number blast shot system, right? At the end of the day, when you shoot something with a blast weapon in the game of Warhammer 40,000 10th edition, it's very prescriptive in terms of what you're doing, what the outcome of that roll is. In a game of 5th edition, you fire a blast template, it essentially adds a lot of nuance, because effectively the rule is that the center of the template has to be placed over a miniature, a figure, the center of a figure in the squad. Then you roll a scatter dice, which was a unique type of dice where the 1 and 6 faces were essentially hits. So effectively, if you were rolling a d6, if you rolled a 1 or a 6, that counted as a hit. But then all the other faces, the 2, 3, 4, 5, were replaced with arrows in facing in different directions. And essentially, you would throw the dice, and if it was that you rolled one of the arrows, you would essentially have to move the template in the direction of the arrow, and you would have to move it a distance of 2d6. So essentially, you would roll your scatter dice in 2d6, and you had to move the template. And it always created all this really annoying kind of like weird ambiguity, because essentially you'd always have a little bit of a dispute, and you still will when you're playing Horus Heresy, when you're playing the Old World, or even Necromunda. You'll still see this where they operate in those kind of systems with scatter dice, because there's always that thing where the person who's shooting it always wants to try, unconscious bias to try and get the most they can out of the situation. And the person who's being shot by it wants to get the best they can out of the situation.
Yeah, so I think there was always two reasons why that happened. One of which is people never really, I think it was Richard pointed this out to me one time. It's like, just roll the scatter dice next to the target where you're doing it. So the arrow on the dice is as close as possible to where the template is that needs to move, so you can be as accurate as possible. But I think the other reason was your perspective of the table from the other side of the table was different to my perspective. And same with when you're looking, because you're meant to look directly over the template and count the number of models that are covered. And again, you're looking at it from a different angle from what I'm looking at. So I'll be like, oh, this guy's under. And you might be like, oh, no, he's not, because he doesn't look at it from where I am. And so, well, yeah, because you're looking at it from a different angle that I am. So that's always a problem. I think, weirdly, that's sort of been cleaned up in the Old World, because basically, because you're in rank files, what people have done is provided you with printoutable templates of the different size units that you have. So you say, I'm targeting this guy. You place literally the template over the scatter template over the printed out template. So you can literally just go, okay, it's this many people, without having to technically worry about the actual models themselves to work it out. So I think at least that system fixes some of the flaws with it. I think the correct way, the sort of the sportsmanly way of doing it, is to allow your opponent to, if I'm shooting you, chances are you're closest to the unit in question. I'll roll the dice, but you do the scattering for me, and you tell me how many people are under it, because that's like the fairest way, and you have to hope that your opponent isn't cheating you too badly on the results. But I think that's the way to go about it, to get around those arguments. And likewise, when you shoot at me, I get to do the same. So it sort of balances itself out potentially.
No, absolutely. One of the other interesting things within 5th edition is 5th edition is, I believe, I haven't checked the 6th edition rules, so do take this with a pinch of salt, but I believe 5th edition is the last edition where pre-measuring wasn't allowed.
Yeah, well, you could do it in 6, so...
Yeah. So this is the last edition where you couldn't pre-measure.
See, I don't like those kind of concepts. Because
I love them.
In old fantasy battle, I was always terrible at it. But also, I think as an adult, I I think, one, I'd be a bit better at it, but two, the thing I don't like is that it penalises people that can't guess very well. But once you work out, especially when you're playing on a 6x4, the Realm of Battle boards, you're like, well, each board is 2 foot long. You can kind of work it out pretty well. And at that point, it's like, because you've got so many things giving you cues as to what the actual measurements is, it's not like you're on a battle map where there's, no markings whatsoever. So it kind of makes you go, well, why not just measure at that point? You pretty much... Yeah. But if you don't know about that, or you don't think about it in that way, you're sort of penalising those people, which I don't like the concept of.
No, I agree. But I think the thing I like about it is the fact that you're penalising people at the same time. Because
I guess there's an element of fun to it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because it becomes a thing where not everything is guaranteed. And also, 5th edition is a game where ranges really come into effect. This is not modern 40k where, let's be honest with ourselves, how often do you actually even consider that you're not in range with something? Like modern 40k 10th edition, I so rarely even think about it. I actually think that there are probably many, many instances of people rolling to shoot with things that they couldn't have done just because it's such a given that you're going to be in range that you never think to check it anymore. Because the range is, it's just asserted. Like I honestly, when I play 40k, it's so rare that you even, the conversation around range even comes up. But maybe that's because everything's pre-measured. Everyone always talks about intent. Those are elements that are obviously there. Whereas in this case, the intent is what you do, i.e. I move my miniatures here, I am targeting that unit, and now I am measuring, and it is a matter of fact whether I am now in range or not. If I'm not in range, oh well, that's that done. That was my declared course of action. Tough luck for me, I guess.
Yeah, true. It does add a sort of an element of realism in terms of, trying to shoot at a target. You can't pre-measure how far away that person is. Admittedly, it's probably because obviously these rules mechanics came from Warhammer Fantasy, and Warhammer Fantasy, you have things like cannons and, some artillery, and even in World War, 1 and 2, you got artillery and mortars, things like that, where you would literally be, using something to try and work out the range, like a rangefinder, or you would just be guessing the range, shooting a shot, and then you would be adjusting your shot based on that. So that kind of guess mechanic does lend itself to older sort of styles of warfare. I guess less so in a sort of sci-fi fantasy setting where in theory probably everything has an ability to work out how far its guns can shoot and stuff like that. But yeah, so it does have an element of like realism to it in quotes in terms of trying to represent actual warfare. And I do think those earlier editions do that in a way that's much better than the current edition of 40k.
Yeah, again, it's more in line with what you kind of see with Heresy now. But yeah, one of the things that, again, like, rather than listing everything, because I don't want to sort of get into that kind of wormhole. I mean, obviously, if you're interested in 5th edition, strongly encourage you to check it out and kind of explore it for yourself. But sincerely, like, I think that's the thing about it that I really love, is that it, as a system, as I was saying already, you do kind of have to wrestle with it a bit. You can't just kind of take it for granted that you'll get to do the thing you want to do and that everything always goes your way. It's like, there's always a risk associated with what you do, and there's always a chance that is going to go wrong. Either you're going to overestimate your range or underestimate your range, overestimate your range and find out that you got it wrong. And those things are really interesting. And I think, so many of the systems within this game really add that kind of nuance and make it super fun and challenging and interesting, which is definitely what I'm looking for. I think, again, stupid things like, oh, I've got a vehicle. Oh, I'm going to drive over a piece of terrain. Turns out I've immobilized myself. Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, I remember that even from 6th edition where, you go over a crater and you roll a 1, so therefore you become immobilized because your track's fallen off. It's like, oh God. Those things at the time I found very frustrating as game mechanics. They did lead to some memorable games though, that's for sure. And I think weirdly doing a lot more research into sort of the history of tanks and stuff like that after that edition had come out, well, after 7th edition had come out, you kind of realize that is very realistic in terms of, things like World War One, probably even World War Two. More tanks just were out of action just from mechanical failure than actually being shot from the enemy. When you realize that, you're like, oh yeah, so things like being immobilized because you went over a rock is very realistic in that respect.
Again, it's like even silly things like, because in later editions, they introduced the concept of snap shooting, which is this idea that you could always shoot regardless of movement. Whereas in this edition, if you're carrying a heavy weapon, you can't move, right? It's like if you move, it just doesn't shoot. And that, again, it's sort of like the thing that I suppose this is really where I was sort of going with the point I was making a few moments ago. The thing I actually really love about 5th edition is most of the models, most of the units, most of the things you put on the tabletop in Warhammer 40,000 5th edition have to obey the rules of the game. I think that's one of the things that is truly remarkable when you start playing older editions like 5th. It's remarkable how little opportunity you have to, skirt the rules. Like in 10th edition, 8th edition, 9th edition, it felt like everything broke every rule, and that literally the rules were just this loose construct that basically actually really the rules were written on the data sheets. Like the rules for the units were there on the sheets. The core rules, the movement phase, the shooting phase, the assault phase, etc., those are sort of loose frameworks that everything just sort of ignores all the time. It's like, oh, you can't advance and charge, but you pretty much always can. You can't fall back and charge, but you pretty much always can. You can't,
Yeah, I guess it's the standardization of not only the rules, but also the war gear. So, a bolter will act the same regardless of whether it's on a Chaos Space Marine, assists a battle, a guardsman, sergeant maybe carrying a bolt pistol or something like that. So it is a lot more consistent, I think, in terms of those kind of rules. I guess the argument now is you're making all of these units much more kind of flavorful and thematic by giving them these kind of crazy fun rules to, as you say, break the rules of the core rules of the system.
Totally. Yeah, it's definitely, it's just not, again, I know it sounds crazy, but it's kind of almost like these days I just really appreciate the restriction and I appreciate the restraint. I think more creativity, more dynamic, entertaining gameplay comes out of restrictions than freedom. I think the freedom to do anything creates a really weird kind of like scenario where, nothing feels quite as earned as it does when you accomplish something in this older edition and as you do something. Because as I say, the game feels like it's really pulling against you. Like it doesn't want you to be able to move a tank. It doesn't want you to, to be able to take that point and hold it. It doesn't want you to shoot the enemy. It's almost like all the systems are sort of designed around getting in your way, which in a way is one of the things I really enjoy about it.
There's a lot of, things are built to have restrictions for sure.
No, totally. That's one part of it. I mean, again, I'm conscious that I could really just sort of wax lyrical about a lot of little nuances all the time, but I want to sort of boil it down, I suppose, into the sort of 3 cool things about it that I do genuinely think are like the kind of core reasons. And I'd also, in the name of balance, I also will throw out a few things that I think are bad about it, because I think it's important that, we not just approach this from this glass half full, everything's great kind of perspective. Because let's be honest with everyone. 5th edition definitely had problems, and 5th edition definitely, had divisive moments that created a lot of feel bads within the general kind of gaming community, and we'll talk about those in a moment. But before I go into the bad, I suppose I'll hit with some good. And I think like probably the thing I would say from the outset that I still really love about 5th edition is army construction and force organization. It is very restrictive. It is basically still running on the kind of early concept of the force organization chart, the what would go on to be called like the combined arms detachment. But back then was just your standard detachment, which essentially means that your army needs to comprise of 2 HQ, 2 troops choices, and then can essentially take an allocation of additional models, additional units from either fast attack or heavy support or elite. And again, in this edition, elite, fast attack, and heavy support were typically limited to 3 per slot. Later on, in like 6th and 7th edition, they expanded the elite slot to be as many as 6. They definitely enhanced the amount of elite that you could take. But the only single unit option that you could take up to 6 of within a game of 5th edition was the troop choices. So you could only take 6 troops. Everything else was restricted to 3 of each, unless, of course, you scaled it up. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, you could obviously agree with your opponent any which number of variables that you wanted to do. I mean, ultimately, if I was playing Phil and he was like, "Oh, I really want to take 1 more tank," I'd be like, "It's cool, mate. Add another tank. It's fine as long as it comes in on the points, whatever." But if you wanted to sort of look at it from a pickup game perspective, and yeah, I think there's a certain charm to that old Force Org. I think that kind of restriction, that kind of like just army function is just really amazing, and something that I feel like we've really lost in 10th edition. I am actually I didn't really realize how much I was hurting for losing things like troops, heavy support, fast attack, etc. I think that has been a big blow to the overall game, I'd say.
Yeah, I feel like it's a great way of categorizing your units. So if you're coming at it fresh, if you're a new player, you immediately get a sense of what each unit does, what its sort of role is on the battlefield. Whereas now you could look at it and you can be like, oh, Eradicators, they seem cool. Would they be heavy? Would they be elite units? Who knows? But I guess you could say those terms are kind of arbitrary and pointless nowadays. But knowing that something's like fast attack because it's, speedy, because it's got a lot of movement, you're like, okay, cool, I get that. And yes, obviously, you could just tell because it's a bike or it's a jet bike or it's a speeder or something that it fulfills that role. But I think there's a nice way of doing it. And I think in terms of army construction, especially now when you have apps, having that categorization's really handy, because tapping into the army builder and you just got a big wad of units, especially if you're a Space Marine player, that you've got to then sift through to effectively find those things. It just takes a lot longer, whereas you could before select the category to narrow it down, which I think was a bit nicer. But also, as you're saying, with the not combined arms attachment, the Force Org chart of whatever name it was, it's basically puzzle solving. You're given a puzzle. You've got your 2 HQs and your 2 troops, and then around that you can build other stuff, but you're limited by the amount that you can take. That is like a fun puzzle that people like to solve when they're army building. Whereas now the puzzle you're solving is, can I get whatever I want under the points limit, and that's it. Whereas I think before, especially when you had war gear, costs and stuff like that, there's a lot more choice and variation. So there's a lot more fun to be had, let's say, in list construction.
Absolutely. And again, that war gear stuff is great. It's good to go back to it and muck around with it, but also the way that they were quite liberal with the amount of stuff that you could do with the army construction. They were very good at actually giving us more flexibility as players at the time. So I definitely remember when the Blood Angel Codex came out, the Assault Marines moved into the troop section. So exclusively for Blood Angels, they had Assault Marines as troops. Similarly, if you were playing the Craft Worlders, the Elder, as they were back then, Dire Avengers were troops. If you took 10 Wraith Guard in a squad, they became troops. Jet bikes were troops. And again, that was their way of accommodating the fact that, there was a lot of opportunities that you could have different flavors of Elder Army. You could be a Swordwind Army and do all Aspect Warriors, and your 2 compulsory troops choices would be Dire Avengers. And then you could still layer in your elites with your Scorpions, your Banshees, your Dragons. You could get your fast attack for your Hawks and your Spiders, and your heavy support with your Reapers. So, there were ways that you could build those lists and still kind of creatively do it within the construct of the Force Org. Although, you wouldn't be able to take every Phoenix Lord, but again, they kind of really layered into the idea of what Exarchs were and the way that they would enhance units. And you would just layer in things that would really kind of enhance the overall offering, which I thought was really cool. And that was true of so many of the books. So many of the books had certain little stipulations where you could make an elite unit into a troop unit if you paid a certain tax or whatever. Chaos Space Marines had it all over the place. It was like, oh, you want to run, a Nurgle army. In fact, actually, I'm incorrect. I think in 5th edition, Nurgle, like Plague Marines, were just troops out of the gate. You didn't even have to do the Chaos Lord tax back then. You just had them as options. It was the 6th edition Chaos Space Marine Codex where they added in the Lord tax, as it were. But no, again, as much as it sounds crazy to say that restrictions are fun, I genuinely think it's really awesome to be able to solve that puzzle. And again, if you're playing 5th edition based off 5th edition publications, it's actually quite liberating to go back to an edition where you don't have tons of different options. Like Space Marines in 5th edition had 3 types of unit that were Space Marines. They were either tactical squads, assault squads, or devastator squads. That was essentially the archetypes. And then layered on top of that, there was a Stern Guard, which was like better tactical, and there was Vanguard, which was better assault. But that was it, really. Those were your 5 things. Then you had Terminators, so you had assault and regular Terminators. And then you had Scouts, which were either Scouts or Scout Bikers, or Sniper Scouts, I suppose, if you wanted like a third one. And that was it. That was like it. And then there were tanks, and then you were done. It was like, there you are. That's Space Marines for you. They've got a few units, whereas obviously today it's overwhelming. And also, actually, the last thing I will say as well, one of the things I really love about the older editions of 40k and especially 5th edition, but older editions as well, is the visual language on the tabletop. One of my big gripes with the modern 40ks is that I think for people who aren't in the know, it's so hard to know what a unit does when looking at it. I think people really struggle with that in modern 40k. I think you look at a unit like Aggressors and you go, oh, they're melee based. And then they run up and shoot something to death. And you're like, what? How did that happen? Like, they've got big chunky fists.
I think there's a lot more, let's say, dual use, much more flexible units. It's like, the Devastators were just good at shooting and couldn't really even move to do that well. Like, they were very stationary. As you say, the tactical squad's a bit more flexibility in terms of what they could do. But I think it was a bit more clear cut. And I think the scale was a bit better on 2 fronts. So firstly, the tables were bigger. You were on 6x4s, but also all the miniatures were smaller and on smaller bases. So Space Marines would have been on, was it 25 mil back then?
25, everything was on 25 back
then.
So
if you think, even though, yes, they probably look a bit squashed on those and they're the sort of small mini Marines. But I think, space is, much more prevalent in that game, and that's why ranges, as you say, are much more important. But also the scale of the sort of the power of the units, and this is something we talked about in the last episode. Like, what I like about it is like your Dreadnought is probably one of the scariest things that you could put down on the table, or a Land Raider is like the biggest thing you could possibly have, and then your best character is probably like just a regular infantry guy who's like, a captain, a librarian, or, a farseer. It's like, yeah, you do have some bigger monsters like the Avatar demon princes, and they're really scary, but like that's the biggest thing that you have. Whereas nowadays, everything's bigger than that, pretty much. Like the scale of everything's gotten so much bigger. You've now got knights, you've got much bigger vehicles, much bigger monsters. You've got Primarchs, you've got like your Supreme Commander type, superheroes on the tabletop. So it's definitely everything's much more bigger, and the table's actually kind of gotten smaller. So I think the size and the way and the scale of the way things operated in those older editions definitely worked a bit better for the game as a whole.
Absolutely. And kind of on that topic, but maybe not really, but sort of trying to stay in that lane. The next thing I'll talk about, which is something I really love about 5th edition, is obviously the variety of unit types and the way that all of the units feel. I think one of the things that you really kind of appreciate about older editions of 40k, but I actually think was really well realized in 5th edition, is the different types of units that you get, and the kind of flexibility within them. Now, I would argue that in 6th edition, they kind of started going a bit too far as they introduced kind of like an extra plane of combat, which was the air. Essentially, in 5th edition, we didn't really have to compete with airspace. Flyers had not really been a thing in this edition, even though flyer models started coming into existence. In rules terms, those were essentially just skimmers, which is basically terminology for things that obviously like skim across the surface of the ground. But flyers, aircraft, were not really that prevalent within 5th. So we found that in like 6th edition, for example, things like flying monstrous creatures or aircraft really created these really weirdly complex kind of gameplay mechanics that really kind of bloated things, because all of a sudden you had a flying monstrous creature that was swooping or gliding, and they would have to have grounded tests and all this kind of stuff. And
I quite liked some of those bits, but it was quite complicated. I think, if you were flying monstrous creature like a winged hive tyrant, you would have to spend a turn just sort of landing before you could then charge. So you would like lose a whole turn of not doing much. But I did love the idea that you could effectively shoot down flying monstrous creatures via the grounding tests, and if they fall, they just like crash down to the ground and take some damage. That's sort of a thematic mechanic that you won't get anymore, but overall does make the game a lot more clunky to have those things in.
Yeah, we don't really have those in this edition, but what we do have is just really nice rules for different types of unit, and they add a lot of flavour to it. So one of the things that you need to remember about this edition, which isn't prevalent within Horus Heresy, is fixed movement characteristics. So in Heresy, they've added these, movement characteristics to units, and they have various other influences on gameplay mechanics, although initiative usually plays more of a role than the movement specifically, but movement does have some benefits. So if you've got like a move profile above like 14, I think it is, you can add to charge rolls, etc. in Horus Heresy. In this edition, that wasn't the case. Everything basically that is infantry moves 6. But if you are jump infantry, you move 12. But if you are moving 12, you are doing so by propelling yourself through the air at high velocity. So there is a risk associated with it. So essentially landing or starting or ending a move in terrain requires you to take a difficult terrain test, which could result in wounds or casualties. Again, there are other kind of benefits like bikes, for example, and they essentially are granted like additional kind of protection, if you will. So by getting on a bike, it improves your toughness characteristic by 1. But you also have rules for things like beasts and cavalry, where they can charge 12 inches, for example, which, by the way, in 5th edition, you had a fixed charge range. So essentially everything charged 6 inches, unless, of course, it was like a beast and cavalry, in which case it charged 12, which was really impactful. And again, even in that edition, there wasn't very much cavalry. It was basically Rough Riders, right? That was basically the only cav that kind of existed, because like up until the release of the Space Wolf book, they didn't have Thunderwolfen at that time, although they obviously did by the end of the edition. But when it started, there wasn't huge amounts of access to that stuff. But yeah, but where it is most felt is within the vehicle rules, and the vehicle rules. Again, it's just a lovely thing to go back to. And again, people who play Heresy will not be unfamiliar with this stuff, but essentially, weapon facings, specific rules for dealing with specific scenarios, how infantry and vehicles interact, because there is this kind of innate appreciation, understanding that they're two different things and as a result behave differently around each other. I don't know about you, Phil, but if I was standing in front of a tank, I probably wouldn't be enjoying my experience. And the rules of 5th edition 40k just do a really beautiful job of bringing a lot of those elements to life. And again, there is a sort of oversimplification in terms of the way that like the damage stuff works in this version of the rules. The essentially there is one damage chart, and essentially you can only achieve a wrecked or explodes result if your weapon has a high AP. So essentially, the AP mechanic within the game is based on essentially being under the armor save of the target. So if you had an AP of 2 and you shot an armor save 3+ model, they would not be allowed to take their save because your AP is lower than their save. But where that manifested in damage is essentially if you had an AP of -2, you would roll a d6 on this damage table and add 1, which again was, when you look back on it, a little bit nuanced, because essentially you'd be like, oh, I'm AP2, so I add 1 to my d6 dice roll. But if I'm AP1, I add 2 to my d6 dice roll, which is always a bit of a like, oh, that's a bit of a head scratcher, but fine, whatever.
So it seems like they've tidied up those kind of rules where innately they kind of counteract how you would think they would operate. As you say, a 2 becomes a 1 and a 1 becomes a 2. So it's, once you get your head around those little nuances, it works fine, but I can sort of see why they got rid of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's been a funny exercise going through and revisiting a lot of this stuff, because you can easily see why it's a potentially quite scary rule set to try and engage with. I mean, this is a very large tome, and most of it is rules. And again, it's weird because I've got such familiarity with it. I can just read it, and it immediately just sparks like deep-rooted memories and sort of forgotten knowledge that I don't know I even know until I kind of review it and go back over it. So for me, looking at this stuff, I'm like, excited about revisiting it and remembering it, and it sort of triggers a lot of like tactical nuance and other kind of gameplay mechanics and ideas and things. But I imagine for a lot of people, it just comes across unnecessarily complicated. But
the old strength and toughness and weapon skill tables still give me nightmares to this day, and seeing them in the old world gives me nightmares. However, there is a benefit to them where your bonuses to things like strength or your bonuses to weapon skill that you get is a lot more nuanced. It's like, I might have +1 strength against you, but ultimately doesn't give me a bonus, because your toughness is like either equal to mine or maybe 1 lower. But if I had a +2 strength, then I would get a +1 to my dice roll. And same with weapon skill. Actually, you could never hit on a 2+ in combat. It was always a minimum of 3+. And to even get that, you need to have tons of a big difference of weapon skill between you and your opponent. Whereas nowadays it's like, cool, I'm just one higher. I get a whole extra, +1 to my dice roll, which corresponds like a massive, probability in my dice roll. So you get much more bigger swings, in the current edition of the game than you did back then.
No, totally, mate. Totally. And I suppose the last thing I want to sort of talk about as a sort of overall positive, I think so. 5th edition was one of the games that really kind of pioneered the idea of true line of sight. Previous editions weren't as hot on it. It was still kind of an accepted concept, but it was, I believe, 5th edition that really started, promoting it and pushing it as a mechanic.
Is that the one that sold the little laser pointer?
It may have come with a laser pointer. I don't remember that personally, but probably is the answer. But yeah, they introduced the idea of checking sight and the true line of sight thing. They do introduce concepts like 50% obscured. So the vehicles became really interesting because essentially a vehicle would only benefit from cover if it was essentially 50% or more obscured. And it always created these weird little nuances within the game because you basically started to deal again with perspective and other things, and it became
people arguing over, you're not quite 50%.
Yes, that's 48% if ever I saw it. And it's one of those things, right? But no, I think one of the things that was really lovely though about the game back then, and one of the things that I still love about it is basically what it all boils down to is I think 5th edition and 6th edition and 7th edition and 4th edition, I think one of the greatest things they've got going for them that makes it a really beautiful, wonderful, evocative game is that it's a rule set that facilitates really beautiful thematic tables. And I always feel like that is one of the things that I miss the most about older editions of 40k. And it probably isn't just a 5th edition thing that I loved, but it is just a thing in general. Now, admittedly, most of my games of 5th edition 40k had been played on coffee tables with random bits of GW terrain scattered around unpainted. But, on those rare instances where you'd get a game in, not the rare instances, on those weekly instances where you get a game in at the local Games Workshop store or play at the club or play in a tournament where they have these beautiful boards. It was just lovely, man. And I think that's the thing, that's one of the things I feel like is so lovely about these kind of game sets is that they allow you to create these really amazing, thematic, beautiful spaces where you can create these absolutely evocative visual spectacles on the tabletop. And I think that is something that I really lament in modern 40k and something that I just really wish we were seeing more of. I think, the way that vehicles would remain on the table as wreckage and, the way that... Yeah, exactly, man. And people would model the smoke plumes and add those elements and just the way those tables looked and the way the game facilitated. And again, it was all built into its mechanics. Range mattered, but at the end of the day, if you were playing Space Marines, there wasn't a whole heap of weapons that were guaranteed to beat your armor. There was plenty of it going around, but, like cover mechanics, all that kind of stuff. It just created a lot of really interesting nuance and gameplay that I just really miss. And I think, again, scale's another thing as well. Like, I think, because, as you've already touched on, Phil, because the game was played at a smaller scale on bigger boards, it felt like there were lots of different theatres of war going on at different points. There were lots of different skirmishes within the game. Also, as well, the mission structure, just really nice thematic missions where you're playing for very easily understood objectives. Maelstrom hadn't really been introduced yet into 5th edition. The kind of core concepts within the book were pretty standard, but people really experimented with thematic missions, and it was definitely a version of the game where people seemingly felt more at home with trying more asymmetric gameplay or doing different things like that. So, yeah, I think that's really the kind of core bit of it. I think, on the whole, the stuff I really like about 5th edition is that it's not too bloated. It's got lots of really nice concepts. There are no allies. There was no challenge system. there was no Overwatch.
No Overwatch. Why don't you lead with that to begin with, Dan?
There's no Overwatch in 5th edition. Yeah, no Overwatch. It meant basically Tau hated 5th edition. Tau's win rate in 5th edition was terrible because you basically just run at them, charge them with one Gene Stealer, and it just run through their entire army.
Yeah, but I think these were the days, or at least in 6th edition, where you could just play static gunline armies with your guard and your Tau, and they would just stand there and shoot for 4 turns, and maybe in the last turn they would potentially run out to grab an objective, or they would just hold their own objectives and shoot you off of yours. It wasn't as dynamic a game as it currently is, which, for some people will be better, some other people will be worse, depending on how you wanted to play stuff.
Yeah, exactly. But the game could be dynamic. It was just about army selection. I don't really think that there is a problem with allowing a guard player to build a static gun line. I don't feel like turning around to a guard player and saying, hey, do you want to build an entrenched guard army? The entire mechanic is about holding the line and protecting your artillery as, and your heavy ordnance as, things are coming towards you. I think that's fine. If anything, that's a really fun gameplay design.
Yes. Well, quite often, at least in 6th edition, it was you were holding the line for at least 1 or 2 turns until something very scary was going to crash into it and make your whole army fold like a piece of wet paper. Yeah. if it got through. So you just have to try and kill it before it got to you, basically.
Yeah, but again, you still had the opportunity to kind of use screening units and stage it and essentially build it in a way that you wanted to prevent people to get into your ranks. Now, 6th edition introduced the concepts of fortifications and adding those elements, and I think that really created a lot of interesting dynamics for guards specifically. But I think where 5th really works is because there wasn't really much you could do to gimmick it, right? A good guard player could build a very, very meaningful defense against even things like the drop pod idea. Because again, one of the other concepts within the game is you had to shoot the closest eligible targets, right? You couldn't just declare that you wanted to shoot the tank because it's the tank. The tank isn't close. You shoot the thing in front of you. That was always sort of one of the sort of designs. NIDS specifically had a rule which stated that you could shoot the big bugs before prioritizing the little bugs because they understood that, people were silly and they knew where the threats were coming from. But, for things like tanks and stuff, it wasn't always guaranteed that you get those shots off. So even if you had the drop pod with the multi-mounted dreadnought in it, the drop pod had to land somewhere and you could basically just castle up around these things and the dreadnought would just have to come out in front of some infantry and be okay, I'm going to melter this one infantryman. Blam! It's yeah, cool. That's one guardsman is dead. Now you will be dying because I've got all of this shooting back at you and causing problems.
I assume you had things like Deep Strike Mishap and stuff like that back in 5th edition.
Yeah, so the weird thing with the drop pod is the drop pod had a really unique rule, which is that basically it would move.
Ignored it.
Not ignored it, because if it went off the table, it had to observe it. But basically, what you could do, you had to move. But the thing was, you would still scatter, right? So you'd still put it somewhere, and you'd still scatter. So if you rolled, say for example, you put it on top of a Land Raider, or put it on top of a Lehman Russ that was surrounded by infantry, and basically you roll the direction towards the table edge, and say you roll a 6, and you move that 6 inches. Even though you bounce around on top of the stuff, you have to go the shortest distance to basically be somewhere. So basically, you could still fall off the edge of the world, and in doing so, have a mishap and then roll on the mishap table, and that could be hugely problematic for you. So, yeah, it's there were lots of interesting designs like that.
Well, I think it sums up the slight difference in philosophy between now and then, whereas back then you could have a unit, you've paid your points for it, you deep strike down, you either, as you say, scatter off the table, or you'll scatter onto something else, which then triggers your mishap table when you roll like a 1, and you're just destroyed.
Yeah.
Basically, nothing is guaranteed in that edition of the game. Stuff could just die on a bad dice roll on a table, whereas it feels like now everything is safe. Everything is much more guaranteed and much more likely to happen. If you're deep striking down, nothing's ever going to go wrong. You might get overwatched, but that's kind of it. Like, it's very rare when you'll have, a ton of points on the table that won't even make it to the table. Unless you somehow forgot for 3 turns to deploy it and it was technically automatically destroyed. I mean, that's quite rare.
I mean, that's the other thing as well. Like reserves in 5th edition, you have to roll for them. So from turn 2 onwards, you have to roll to see if they come on. And it's not guaranteed. The only turn in which it's guaranteed is turn 5, which could be the last turn of the game. You don't know, because most of them operate on random turn game lengths.
Yes, yeah. So that, similar to 6th and 7th edition then, because it could it go up to 7 turns?
Could go up to 7 turns.
Wow,
yeah.
Imagine that. Like, it feels like the game is longer or just as long now when it's 5 turns.
Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, the game really sped up. I mean, and also, it's fair to say, and I suppose we can talk about some of the negatives of 5th edition. It's fair to say that 5th edition was definitely a game where the matchups were big. Like, you could definitely find yourself in games where you are in a skewed situation and you could just find yourself getting tabled really quickly. That wasn't uncommon, right? Like mismatches were far more prevalent. Like, balance in the game of 10th edition, for as bad as some people make it out, the balance between armies in 40k today is much better established than it was back in 5th ed or 6th, 7th, or even like 8th edition. Balance now is actually quite good. Like, you will probably be able to still have 5 turns of a game of 40k in a tournament setting, even if you lose badly. You'll still have miniatures on the table and still be able to push them around. Personally, I think that's to the game's detriment. I think at the end of the day, if I would rather a big loss ends quickly rather than goes on for 3 hours. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's one of the things that sort of irks me about, I can tell that I've lost a lot of the time by the end of, like, say, turn 1 because of the matchup and all the rest of it. But I still have to go through the motions because I've still got like 200 models on the table. So I still have to go. Whereas in like a game of like 5th, it does definitely conclude quicker. And also, going first in like 5th edition often as well felt very powerful for the person going first as well. So they hadn't quite finessed some of the balancing around the first
turn. Is that why you had night fighting, to balance that aspect of it?
Yeah, night fighting was definitely a factor. There were also a number of different mission stipulations. So if you played like a Dawn of War mission, for example, Dawn of War in the current context is where you have a deployment zone that essentially results in your enemy being 24 inches away from you, I believe, in current 10th edition 40k. I think you have a 10-inch deployment zone, or it might be an 8-inch deployment zone. Either way, that's sort of how that works now. Whereas back in the day of 5th edition, you used to divide the board in half, and then you could deploy up to 1 HQ and up to 2 troop choices, and then everything else walked on the board at the start of your turn 1. So if you went first in that scenario, you could just be walking towards nothing, But your opponent, if they didn't put anything on the board, would be under quite an amount of pressure because, say, for example, because, you basically can move up on them, whereas they're walking in off the back board edge, basically. So, yeah. But anyway, so there are some things that were a bit rough with 5th edition. The first of it is probably, and this was more of a problem over time, vehicles became quite difficult to deal with in the game, and we ended up in a situation where the vehicle economy became a little bit too strong. It was most prevalently felt with the Grey Knight book, but essentially the Razorback was cheap. had a decent gun, either twin las cannons, twin assault cannons, or twin heavy bolters, but it was cheap and it was hard to get rid of because we hadn't introduced, or rather Games Workshop hadn't introduced the concept of hull points yet. So you could glance a Razorback 600 times and it still wouldn't be dead.
Wow.
Where I mean, admittedly, how you do that, I don't know. But the point is that, glancing hits couldn't kill. And because glancing hits couldn't kill, you did end up in situations where things like Razorbacks were just kind of hanging around
feels like
forever.
the edition my Krieg need to play.
Oh, why? Because you want your vehicles never to go.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, so vehicles definitely became a problem. Equally, probably one of the worst editions ever for codex creeps. I think 9th edition 40k had some pretty awful codex creep. I think the advent of AdMech and then followed by things like Day 1 Votan, Day 1 Custodes, Day 1 Tau, Day 1, what was the other one that was pretty horrendous? Drakari. There were some crazy things going on in 9th. And to be fair, I think on balance, 9th edition Codex Creep was probably some of the most offensive ever. But 5th edition was pretty bad for the time. There's a reason why Codex writer Matt Ward has developed a reputation on the internet. It's very much for the work that was done on 5th edition books by the gentleman, who by all accounts is a lovely human being who doesn't deserve anywhere near the level of criticism or harassment he's received over the years. But the point is that, 5th edition definitely had codex creep, and it had it in a big way. Blood Angels, when they came onto the scene, were really crazy. Like the Blood Angel book, when they first introduced it, just was filled of madness. They had deep striking land raiders, for God's sakes. It was like, what? And the explanation for the deep striking land raider was, Blood Angels have just got loads of them, so they don't care. They're just like, we've got loads of these land raiders kicking around. Let's chuck them out of planes. It's like, what? Like,
that is a bit mad.
Yeah. Like that is literally, I mean, not verbatim, but that is essentially how they arrived at the conclusion that it's all right to have deep striking land raiders because they got loads of them, so they just drop them from orbit. And it's like, what?
But surely from like a troop transport, or sorry, like a vehicle transport, like the Thunderhawk gunship that could carry the land raiders, not literally just pushed out the back of a plane, Fast and Furious style, where it just has to like land.
That was kind of how it was explained, It was like, they're all right. They're land raiders. They're pretty durable. Just drop them on people.
That is true, yeah. Drop pods with tracks.
Yeah. So, like, the Land Raider was super interesting, that one. They had, they introduced the most crazy version of the Death Company Dreadnought, which was the never-ending attacks. Basically, if the Death Company Dreadnought killed something, it kept killing until it either missed or failed to wound or everything was dead. So there was a lot of madness with that. The Space Wolf book was crazy. The Grey Knight book was crazy. Drakari, when they first came on the scene, or rather Dark Elder as they were at the time, were really strong as well. Codex Creep was a real problem for it, which is a shame because actually on balance, I actually think that a lot of the books of 5th edition were really interesting, and they introduced a lot of really amazing concepts that have kind of stayed throughout. So the Space Wolf Codex introduced the idea of the sagas. Like we hadn't really seen sagas before that book, and that's kind of stuck with Space Wolves to this day. Grey Knights, were graduated from a unit to a full army, and that was, they were created within the context of 5th.
Was this Codex Demon Hunters?
No, it was Codex Grey Knights. They had they had psychic vehicles as well. And they had this mad spell where they could bring stuff towards them. So you could do this mad thing where you had a psychic storm raven that could basically teleport stuff towards it. And it was just so it was literally it was crazy.
I guess would it I presume the meta wasn't as maybe as established as it would be nowadays, purely because of the lack of an internet or a very, underused internet for that kind of thing. So, yeah, if you are lucky to come up with a busted list, I assume it would stay that way for some time, but not everyone else is going to adopt it, like in the tournament scene or anything like that. And that's not really like an advantage of 5th edition, but just more the environment of, the lack of the internet at that time. So, if 5th edition was around now, I imagine it would be, potentially suffer from the same problems of, meta chasers and people like that within the tournament scene, at least.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. And it would be very easy to exploit, but not as easy as other editions, because the restrictions kind of made it like certain armies had stuff and other armies didn't. And then, intriguingly, like one of the biggest problems with the Grey Knight army is the Grey Knight army of all Razorbacks would table most armies except another Grey Knight army. Basically, when the Grey Knights came up against the Grey Knights, it just became a complete stalemate. And it was like, it always sort of like was weirdly sort of policing in that sense. But obviously it didn't help when you played against them when you were, running a fun army. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm up against this stuff. But, that was a problem. And also there was, so a lot of the mechanics in 5th edition really prioritize gameplay speed and are very devastating. So, they altered the way that, sweeping advance, or rather, cutting people down worked. So in 4th edition 40k, you didn't subtract casualties from your leadership characteristic, whereas in 5th edition you did. So basically, if I ran into a unit of Kriegsmen, Phil, and assume that Kriegsmen run away from casualties in melee, because I think they do. It's not. They didn't roll leadership for shooting, did they? But they did for.
Yes, yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, because also as well, I mean, again, another fun fact about 5th edition: you roll morale in every phase. If you suffer 25% casualties in the shooting phase, you roll for it. If you suffer them in anyway. Getting all off topic here. But in 4th edition, what would happen is if I beat, in 4th edition, if I ran into a unit of Krieg with a unit of Space Marines and the Space Marines killed 4 Krieg, the Krieg would then roll their leadership, but they would just suffer a -1 modifier for having lost combat. But that would be it, right? So they basically be like, okay, cool, my leadership is 7 -1 because I lost combat, so I need to roll a 6. And they roll the 6 and they go, fine. No worries. But in 5th edition, you would have to negate it by the number of casualties. So you'd have to do it at -4, which meant that essentially you were trying to now pass on a 3 on 2d6, which is a lot less likely. And as a result, you were more likely to run away and get cut down and die, right? So that happened a lot. But one of the mechanics that you would think that would help you with this is fearless. And you go, oh, it's okay, I'm fearless, so I won't run away. Where it's like, yeah, but you still now need to take 4 saves. It's like, what? It's like, because I beat you by 4, so you're fearless, so you won't run away. But now you've got to do four extra saves.
Okay. Odd.
So it'd be like, as a Kriegsman with a 5-up armor save, you might lose another 3 of them. And that was a really weird decision from them, which I do think probably needed to be changed. I think if I could change anything in 5th edition, I'd change the way fearless works in combat.
Did you have things like, obviously you had demons, but did you have things like 4 swords that had it was an instant death rule?
Yep,
For things like demons. And that's a really good, like, rules expression to sort of enable how the law is versus how it actually appears on the tabletop. So demons would be really tough. I guess most things normally only have 1 wound back in those days, but maybe, say, the bigger stuff would have a couple of wounds. But then, things like, 4 swords could just kind of cut down and, move through the demons because they would just instantly kill them, which was like a great way of using some universal special rules, explain how express those, law mechanics, for want of a better word.
100%. I think that was just, I think in closing, I think 5th edition is my favorite edition because it it was just a time where, it was the amalgamation of lots of ideas, but also just a time where the game felt really interesting. Like it really had sort of established itself and matured. And again, it was iterative, right? 4th edition was fixing a lot of 3rd edition's problems. 5th edition introduced some problems, but on the whole, answered a great many of the problems. I felt like what 6th edition did was layer a lot of unnecessary stuff on top of it. And that's where the game started to become really bloated. So in a way, I think my love affair with 5th edition is more a case of I was a bit weirded out with where they took it with 6th ed. Not that I didn't enjoy 6th ed. I still enjoyed playing it a lot. But I think the thing is that I just was like, oh, God, what's going on? All of a sudden, I'm rolling on a table to figure out what my psychic powers are. I'm rolling on a table to figure out what my warlord traits are or what my enhancements
was that
are.
a 6th ed specific thing then? I was going to say about how did psychic powers work in 5th edition?
You paid points for them and they triggered in different phases.
Oh, okay.
So something like, I'll use Craft World or Elder psychic powers as an example because I know those. Guide would trigger in the shooting phase. So you would essentially roll a leadership test, and then if you roll under your leadership, you would succeed in guiding something. And that's how that would work. And then Fortune was done in also I think Fortune might have been done in the movement phase, for example. So different phases, different things triggered, but you just rolled for it. It was all described on the ability, and they cost points. So it was like, So it was a good system, I thought. Eldari psychic powers, much as they have been for a while, felt very, very strong. But there were some really interesting ones. I mean, Space Wolves again came on the scene with some utterly mad psychic powers. But yeah, psychic felt meaningful in that edition. It felt relevant. I'm so surprised that, because in my opinion, the best thing about 8th edition and 9th edition was the psychic phase. Like I felt like it was the best thing about 8th and 9th. I'm so surprised that they took it away in 10th.
Well, I guess it's the psychic tests is the same, right? The only thing that they've changed is you're doing it at different times.
The psychic test is not the same. It doesn't exist. When do you take a psychic test?
Oh, I get. No, you're right. Actually, yeah, because you just shoot now. It's just a gun.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No. Fair enough. Oh, yeah, and it's just an ability. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's terrible. Like what they've done in my opinion, I think in a lot of ways, I think the way that Psychic is represented in the game at 10th edition is probably one of the worst things about it, because Psychic was one of those elements that really kind of bridged the gap between fantasy and sci-fi. You know, the fact that you were fighting in space with all this sci-fi weird stuff was kind of amplified by the fact, but also there were wizards and they were doing wizardy stuff. Whereas now it's like, oh yeah, whatever, it's just a shooting attack that has the word psychic on it.
Yeah, I think, again, it's that expression of the lore on the tabletop. It's so much more streamlined. Makes perfect sense why they've done it, but it doesn't express the evocative feeling of, I've got this mad space wizard who's, evoking and conjuring this, a lightning bolt from his hands or whatever it might be. And because before it's like, I've got to, pass the test. I might fail. If I fail it, I'm potentially going to blow up. My opponent can deny the test, and that to and fro. Yeah, feels like, maybe that's just because we're older gamers. That just feels like how psychic or magic should work. But that's
totally.
Potentially just because we so used to both Warhammer Fantasy Battle, AOS, and older 40k, which all have those very pretty much identical mechanics. So just to have it written down as a profile does make sense, but it doesn't feel like you're casting a psychic power. It just feels like I've got another gun.
I think one of the things, like as I say as well, is I think one of the cool things about the older edition, i.e. 5th edition in this instance, is that I think as well that Psychic was used in a really interesting way to divide armies, because when you actually went through the different armies, Chaos had a lot of access to cool, wibbly Psychic stuff. Elder, specifically Craftworld Elder, had access to really, really... So, like, Chaos's powers were chaotic. They were good, but they were a bit double-edged. You know, they had, like, benefits, but they also had potential negatives. There were, like, fun thematics to it, which were interesting. So Chaos was, like, chaotic magic, but it added a lot of flavour to the army. Elder magic was, like, helpful. It was there to support them, to basically assist the Elder in making up for their shortcomings. So it was more about the kind of idea of this, we're just helping each other out. Space Marine or Imperial magic was wild and powerful, but really, really untamed. It was like this sort of, it was just raw might, but it was like, but it was channeled in fury, and that was it. And then that was beautifully personified by things like Sanctioned Psychers that were essentially the Imperial Guard Psychers that were just basically like nuclear bombs in human form that you just sort of throw around and go, whatever. I mean, maybe not nukes, but certainly something pretty potent. And they were just, they were heavily monitored and deployed, but, added a lot of interesting flavor. But then, after that, it was like, okay, Imperial Psychers, like the Librarians, used it in this way. Sanctioned Psychers were kind of like, were a bit sort of wild. Orc Psychers were crazy wild. They had all sorts of mad stuff that they did as they channeled it and became like these crazed, like warp-infused loons. But, and obviously things like Grey Knights used it in a very specific kind of way as well. But, a lot of armies just had martial prowess. Things like Drakari had no Psychers. Things like, and much is true today, Tau, all that kind of stuff. But, in a way, it's sort of like when an army leaned into psychic powers like Elder, it felt really thematic and it felt like a meaningful point of division between the two armies.
Yeah.
These days, I don't really feel like Elder on the tabletop don't feel especially psychic to me anymore. I mean, they've got abilities, but because everything's got abilities, nothing like psychic itself doesn't feel that special anymore because it's just another load of abilities. Basically, everyone can yell commands at each other and they're more or less the same as what psychic does. So it's like, oh, okay. Like, and I feel like that's been kind of prevalent since like 8th edition onwards when they started adding things like a captain gives an aura that gives you reroll ones. It was like, well, that used to be a psychic power, but now it's just on here, lads, reroll ones. It's yeah. But yeah, look, I mean, I could talk about it for ages, and I probably already have. And apologies if it was a bit poorly kind of constructed. You know us, we always just kind of go off on a ramble on these things. But I think, yeah, if I was to isolate the stuff that I really love about the edition, I think the range of miniatures, the force organization is really, really kind of fun in the way that it is restrictive and creates a lot of opportunities for you to personalize. I think the way the lore and the world of Warhammer 40,000 was like expanding at the time was really exciting. I think the thematic boards and the true line of sight and the emphasis on all these kind of, difficult game mechanics that created interesting nuance was really cool. And I think, yeah, overall, I just think, the way the units operated and the way that things felt like what they should feel like was really good. Like it was very easy back then to look at a thing and get a feel for what it did just to look at it. It wasn't like the guy with the giant gun would surprise you and turn out to be like a kung fu master. It was quite prescriptive. And as I say, acknowledging what I said from the outset, was the edition I was playing at a very kind of seminal time with me in the hobby. I love when I listen to like people when they do interviews on various other things where they talk about their time with the hobby, and they always do that line where they're like, "Oh, I fell out of it for a bit and got back to it." Right? I mean, you're very similar, Phil. I was not that person. I've been all in for the last very long time, and yeah, I think. But this for me was probably my fondest memories because I made lasting friendships. I built loads of fun armies. I used it as a way of connecting with people as I was moving to new towns and all that kind of stuff. So again, it really holds a really important place in my nostalgic heart, essentially. But beyond all of that, Phil, I tell you what, mate, again, if you and I ever do it, and we should do it because you've got a perfect 5th edition army, we should try it. And I swear you will, I don't think you'll be disappointed. I think you'll have a lot of fun playing this game. I think it will be a little bit of a faff trying to remember some of the nuances of it, but I really think that there's just a lot to love about this game, and I think more people should engage with it and celebrate it as a really great game and a really great addition. Because I think it would be cool if it'd be cool if like there was an opportunity to kind of revitalize it, to have more people coming back to it. I'd love Old Hammer 5th edition. If any of you are out there that host or do 5th edition 40k on the regular, let me know. I'm down. I want to connect with it. I'll probably go along to one of your events and then be like, "Oh, it's rubbish. What was I doing all this time?" As you're there with your Grey Knights and Lord knows what else. But no, seriously, I love it. It's a great addition. And I'll tell you what, great code. One of the best, one of the nicest rule books for 40k. Not the nicest. What's the nicest 40k rule book in your opinion, Phil?
I've personally got a lot of love for Second Ed. Obviously, Rogue Trader's a classic.
Second Ed rulebook is not that nice, though, is it?
Well, it's got that great John Blanche cover artwork. It's got I think it's split out into 3 different books. I think actually the 7th edition one, where it's 3 big chunky tomes in hardback and a slipcase, presentation wise is really good. To be honest, I feel like each one has its sort of place. Like they all look good, and they all were visually better and more interesting probably than the one before. And I would, even say, the 8th, 9th, and 10th codexes of core rule books have always looked fantastic and always, got some great elements to it. But then when you go back to some of the other ones, the old ones, there's some really nice bits to them, for sure.
Oh yeah, mate. Like I love the 3rd edition codex. I felt like the 3rd edition codex was just beautiful. Like some of the illustrations in it, some of the world building. I just remember spending ages looking at all the illustrations and really developing the world in a great way. But I would say on balance, I think genuinely the 7th edition rulebook as a whole package is probably the best they've ever done. But I think when you look at some of the character and some of the flavor, I do think that the 5th edition book has got some of the most amazing, world building elements. Like, again, basically, I need only point to the War page, the glorious War.
Oh, I remember you showing this to me before. Yeah, what was it actually showing you?
It's showing you all the different wars happening around the universe.
But it's madly illustrated. In a visual style never seen since, it seems. No,
honestly, I don't think they've ever reprinted that War illustration anywhere. And as I say, it's just even things like, I mean, someone who did this had a real love affair with trying to expand the idea of what Imperial Guard were as well. So the Guard section of this book is really interesting. So they got a whole section on different worlds. But they started introducing that concept where you start to see loads of different illustrations of all the different regiments and stuff.
Yeah, those were
which
really
is
nice.
So that's obviously they've got the Catachan and the Cadians as the sort of poster children. But I just think there's a lot of really nice illustrated elements, good storyline, lots of really beautiful Blanche stuff. The hierarchy of terror. That's
a great art piece. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. There's so many. Like, I mean, again, like, yeah, they really just let them go to town on it, and I think, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, I think genuinely, even if you don't want to play the edition, I think the 5th edition rulebook is a really nice book to own. So yeah, highly encourage you to buy it. Go on eBay, inflate the prices, because I don't care, because I've got my copy. So, you know, you go nuts. But yeah, Phil, I mean, I don't know. On balance, I'd love to actually hear, mate. Like, I mean, for you so far, because obviously I've kind of put myself out there and consistently, you know, painted myself into the 5th edition corner. But I mean, for you, mate, I mean, based on all the editions you played, I mean, what sits in your opinion as your number one boy at this moment?
It's a hard one. Even though people absolutely hated 7th edition, I felt like that was the one I played, I don't want to say the most, but because I got back into it when it was 6th edition, but it was only for the best part of 6 months to a year. Then it was 7th edition. So I played loads more of 7th edition. I think the way psychic tests, for example, worked in 7th edition was much better than 6. And that to me is the sort of the pinnacle of that, as you say, the evolution of the rule set, you know, the scatter dice, the templates, because you don't get that anymore other than in Horus Heresy. So I think 7th was the pinnacle of that one. So it would be interesting to go back and play an older edition in the form of 5th. In terms of the more modern ones, it's probably a toss-up between 8th and 9th. I think 8th was a real breath of fresh air. However, even though everyone really hated on 9th, and I do think by the end it was a pretty solid edition, and it was just very complicated, but in a way it had a great expression of army building, which we haven't really ever seen like anything that in depth before, and probably won't ever see again. So I think there's an element to it that I can really appreciate in that respect. I can kind of customize my characters in a way that I perhaps couldn't previously and stuff like that. So, but I think, in thinking about it, probably would be 7th and 8th edition were my two sort of favorite editions. When 8th came along, it was really exciting because it wasn't 7th. But that, and I think we were almost quite quick to dismiss 7th. But as you say, it was the bloating of the other elements to it, the fortifications, the super heavies, the flyers, the Jacorian detachments, I think, in terms of the army building that they did. It was all of that stuff that kind of ruined it. And I, to this day, will say, you know, Horus Heresy kind of proves that the 7th Ed, you know, the core rule set is viable and playable and enjoyable. Because that's basically what, you know, Horus Heresy 1 and 2 have both been based on.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, mate. I think again, 7th wasn't as bad in practice as it sounded, but it definitely did still also have a lot of rules bloat. It just layered things in a really interesting way. And it's interesting hearing you say that you preferred the psychic phase of 7th to the psychic phase of 6th, because again, 6th didn't have a psychic phase. It just had random generation of psychic powers, and then you rolled leadership tests for it, basically.
Oh, so did it? What was the one where you both rolled off and you had the winds of
7th?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I didn't like that one. Maybe I prefer.
I'm surprised.
I thought that was the 6th one, and 7th was something else. Ah,
okay. No. 6th was literally. So basically, what they did in 6th is like they took away all the 5th edition purchasing psychic powers mechanics, and they replaced it all with cards. They basically went, you need this deck of cards, and then you use these cards, and those cards generate the psychic powers, and you randomly generate psychic powers using the cards, and you can trade them
the table.
Primaris. Yeah, the table, yeah. And but then you trigger them in the same way. So if, like, you know, if you were pink horrors and you had flames of Zinch, you trigger that in the shooting phase, and you just roll a psychic test for it. Which was just 2d6, essentially. And that's how that whole system worked.
Maybe I would have preferred it, but in those days, Krieg didn't get access to Psykers. So I always did feel like I was missing out by not having a army that had access to psychic powers because it's an entire phase of the game, and especially in 7th edition where you're both rolling off dice to have a pool of like, you know, psychic power. So that was really frustrating. But maybe something like 6th edition would have been slightly better and more fun from a psychic power point of view.
I always told you, Phil, you needed that Inquisitor with the Thunder Hammer and the Power Armor. What was he called again?
Cotiers.
No. Cotiers, Inquisitor Cotiers. That's what you needed.
Yes, no, that's true.
Cotiers could have leveled you up to a great extent, mate. You know,
no, true.
Used his spy network. You could have shot at things as they came on the table. That was always a laugh.
Yep, no, that's true.
Anyway, yeah. Look, I mean, I think that's it. In retrospect, I think, look, you know, I'm not entirely sure if I maybe accomplished my original goal of trying to convince you why 5th edition is good, but I genuinely love it. And I mean, if I can get Phil playing some 5th edition this year, I think I would be very happy.
I mean, we've been talking about it for a while. I definitely would like to, and I think, you know, weirdly, that is the bit we said at the very beginning is the bit that excites me the most. Is, you know, ultimately Forge World and the Siege of Rax and the Krieg book and the Badab War with my Minotaurs. Those were great additions to the game. And getting to play those armies in the original sort of manner that they were released as, I think would be really fun to try out and see how those play, because they would have been slightly different from 6th and 7th ed versions.
Yeah, totally, mate. And I think that would be really cool. We can break out the old Realm of Battle boards, put a couple bastions in a couple of corners and have at it.
Love a bastion. I got mine. It arrived maybe a month or so ago. You know, the mail order ones. I got a bastion and a landing pad because they are iconically, 40k bits of terrain for me.
Do you ever think they'll redo the Cities of Death terrain sets?
Oh, what, as like a nostalgia range?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, they go for a fortune on eBay, so I kind of hope so. I actually think there was... At the time, again, much like 7th edition, at the time we kind of hated it, and loved it when the new ones came out. Yeah. But there's something just great about those old ones that I don't know if it's just the customization that you can do to it, but you know, they still have Warhammer World tables with that terrain on, and it's almost way more impressive than anything that they could do with the newer stuff. For whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It is one of my great regrets that I got rid of all my Cities of Death terrain. I honestly don't quite understand what came over me, but I sold it all.
Just like, it's old, the new stuff's new.
Yeah, that was what it was. And yeah, I regret that for a while. You know, the one I was sort of trying to wonder whether it was worth picking up the other day was the old Dark Angels Fortress of Redemption. I was like, maybe one of those would be cool.
I'm surprised you didn't have it because you're a Dark Angels boy.
I know, but it was always like one of those weird things where I was like, well, where am I going to put the thing? It's a big pain in the ass.
It's so big. It's even on the 6x4s, it did always just dominate it.
I was thinking that if we were to do our event plans this year, I was thinking it make for a great table.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
I was thinking if you get the 4 Realm of Battle hill boards and put it on top of the hill section of the Realm of Battles, I think that would look pretty cool. So on a 4x4, and then you could do like a mission of King of the Castle, you know? So you have to...
yes, but you've got to have a secret fallen mini hidden around on the table.
Yes, yeah, add that in as a layer of nuance, I suppose. But... these are the sort of ideas that I keep kind of concocting for our event that we'll probably never get around to doing.
But it's good to dream.
It is. You know, dream big, Phil.
Exactly. And if you build it, they will come.
Well, I think people would come to it. I think we'd get an okay turnout for it.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't be looking for more than, say, like 20 people, though, to be fair. Start small.
Exactly. Yeah.
Especially if every one of our tables is featuring 600 quid or however much it is for a Fortress of Redemption on it.
That is true.
Yeah. You can stretch that, right, Phil? You'll sort that out for us, right?
I would love to. I would genuinely love to, but the answer would be no.
No, fine. Anyway, there you go. That's enough of that transitional noise. All right, it's the end of episode 176, although you know better than that. It's the outro, everybody, and me and Phil are going to have a little chat about general things that have been plaguing our thoughts over the span of time since we did our last outro. How are you, Phil? You all right?
I'm good. I'm tired and I'm overworked. So because of that, I haven't actually had much hobby time lately. And unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to have much for the foreseeable future.
My goodness.
Which is
it's probably
problematic.
me who's tired and overworked. That's supposed to be my gimmick.
No, I know, but the joys of freelance life is when work comes in, you have to sort of say yes, and then lots of workers come in all at once.
Well, there you go. Crying about all the money you're making, eh? God, the humanity.
Yes, I mean, that's the positive spin on it, but because originally, we talked about it in a previous episode, I was planning on painting up something for RFW. Whether that was like a repulsor or redemptor, something that begins with R that involves Space Marines. But that's just out the window now because I'm not going to have any time to do it, unfortunately. So I have to take my Krieg, I think.
Yeah, I've hit a similar kind of wall because we've agreed to go up to Warhammer World for the Age of Sigmar campaign weekend, the Twin Comet campaign.
The Twin-Tailed Comet campaign,
Twin-Tailed Comet campaign weekend, because we're going up for that now in celebration of Tim. Basically, I had to make a decision. It was either I paint the stuff that I need to go to Warhammer World and play AOS, or I paint the stuff for 40k to play at RFW. The difference between the two scenarios is I have ample amounts of stuff painted for 40k that I can just use, whereas for AOS I only have what I have, and at the moment I haven't got a fully painted 2,000 point army for AOS.
No, I know.
So,
that's the same boat that I'm in. And realistically, I'm actually meant to not be doing anything but Thunder Warriors until September. That was my plan for the year.
Yeah.
And then RFW came along and I was like, I could do one unit for RFW. But then, yes, this thing for Tim came along and we all have 1,000 point armies for AOS, but none of us have 2,000 point armies. So basically, we've got a month and a half to paint up another 1,000 points of stuff for AOS. So that means I've had to cut out the RFW extra unit basically. Yeah,
I have tried to do something fun with it. So basically, for those of you who don't know what the Twin-Tailed Comet campaign weekend involves, it's basically a multitude of games of Warhammer the Age of Sigmar, or Warhammer Age of Sigmar. And they've divided it into essentially 3 game types. So one that you can play with 500 points, another that you play with 1,000 points, and one that you play with 2,000 points. And what's actually really super interesting, and one of the things I think they actually did on purpose from a design perspective, because many of the regiments of renown are 500 points, although to be fair, the regiments of renown are usually cheaper. But my point is that it feels like with all the regiments of renown that they've been releasing across the span of the Dawn Bringer campaign, it feels like basically them going, hey, your 500 point army can be different from your main faction. And like the main gimmick that the regiments of renown have is that they can be put into faction armies, or rather, kind of allegiance armies. But they can't be the same type of army. So basically, if you've got an Iron Jaws army, you can add the Gloomspite Gitz Regiment of Renown to it. But if you've got a Gloomspite Git army, you can't add the Gloomspike Git Regiment of Renown to it. That's kind of how it works. So weirdly, because they're saying that the 500-point game, you can use like a different army that shares the same faction or allegiance. Do you think it opens that up? And that's certainly what I've ended up doing. So my 500-point army is Gloomspike Gits, and then my 2,000-point army is a Ironjaw's army with the Gloomspike Gits Regiment of Renown in it. Is basically the way it's worked out.
Interesting. Yeah, because I think I need to reread it, but I'm pretty sure it's basically, 500 points, 1,000 and 2,000 points.
Yeah.
Most people will take a 2,000 point army and then cut it down into 1,000 points and a 500 point list. I hope what they're not expecting is a 2,000 point army with an additional 500 points as an extra army that isn't using the same units, because I don't think they've...
Or an extra 1,500, Phil, imagine that.
Well, effectively, because my worry, especially when they said it could be a different faction, is that the 500 points is meant to be some kind of mad, like, because it's a narrative event, some kind of narrative reserve army that could come onto your existing game if you're playing the 1,000 points or 2,000 point game. I don't think that's what it's meant to be. I think it's meant to be a sort of, a roving warband that scales up during the course of the campaign, but they haven't actually given any indication of how these games are playing, how many will be at what points levels. So we don't necessarily know the exact interaction of the scale of the armies on the tabletop.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to assume, given that they haven't told us that we have to have 3,500 points. I think each of the games are going to operate within the scale that they've communicated, right? They're not going to turn around to us and,
That is my assumption, but, mad things could happen.
They certainly could, but they're pretty good with that sort of stuff. I think if the intent was that you were going to be able to play a 3,500 point army, they'd make that very clear. They talk about how it's going to scale and that you need all of these variables. And I think ultimately... Yeah, it's not very... I think they want to make it accessible for people, and I think there's going to be plenty of people who have 2,000-point armies that are just looking at how do I break that down into the divisibles. And then there's people like yourself, myself, who have our 1,000-point armies pretty well refined, but now what do we add to them to make them 2,000 points? And then there are going to be people who have loads of options, and they just mix it up, and maybe they could do 3,500, but those are... probably more the exception than the rule. Like most people are going to build to that.
I suspect the 500 points you can take a different army. It's actually more to do with things like Sons of Behemoth, where you just have big monsters. So actually, that's not particularly flexible. So allowing someone to then swap them out for some other army with more models would be more useful.
Well, the total value in points of every miniature I could bring, or every miniature that I'm bringing total, in terms of how I could field it as an army. I can't actually legitimately field it as a legal army because there's no way I can get the Loon Boss on Giant Squig into a legal Ironjaw's army. But if I could, my total points would be 2,100.
Okay.
I've already constructed a meta narrative within my army, you see, Phil.
Oh, okay.
So basically, it's going to start with the Gloomspike Git, and it's going to be my Loon Boss on his giant cave squig, and he's going to lead some Bloomgot Bounders and Gobbler Palooza, which is the wizardy ones, and that's going to be them. And the narrative is that they're hanging out in the caves, protecting their gubbins, but effectively, regardless of the result of the games that I play with my 500-point army, the sort of meta narrative will be that sadly the Loon Boss loses his cave squig, and then he basically distraught and broken by the loss of his faithful cave squig, takes to adorning himself in the bones of his giant cave squig and causing a great rabble. And that's how he becomes a rabble rouser. So the idea is the rabble rouser mini has actually got like the skull of a giant cave squig kind of wrapped around it. And he's followed around by these like flying squigs. And that's actually what's in the Regiment of Renown. So I'm just like, that's how that will work. And then we'll move over to this other chapter where there's this aspiring, Iron Jaws war boss, mega boss, who is, just earned himself a Maw Crusher and is doing great things and is going out with his buddies and smacking stuff up. And then, the two stories will run in parallel. And then, in the 2,000 point game, it's their coming together. So basically the two entities finally interlink and, essentially, the rabble rouser, jealous at this mighty Maw Crusher, is now antagonizing him. And then, for no reason at all, Gordrak turns up to intervene, just because he's like, I've had enough of you causing a ruckus. I don't know why. Basically, it's two Maw Crushers and some rabble rousers. That's the army, basically. It's Gordrak, it's a Maw Crusher, it's 15 brutes, a war chanter, and the rabble rouser regiment of renown. That's my 2,000 point list that I've written now.
Oh, nice. I'm surprised the rabble rouser isn't trying to co-opt one of those big guys to be his new squig.
Well, maybe. Well, that's what possibly a good spin on it. So the rules for the rabble rouser is that if you take him in the regiment of renown, I don't know why I said that louder, but if you take him in the regiment of renown, basically monsters are drawn to it. So the idea is you put the rabble rouser down, and then I think it is that you can run and charge as long as you're moving towards the rabble rouser. And the rabble rouser detachment basically goes in reserves and deploys at the end of your turn one, basically. So in your movement phase of turn one, your rabble rouser appears, but obviously you can move up your units and stuff and run them, and then pop out a load of goblins, and then the Maw Crushers are incentivized to run towards the rabble rouser to try and eat it. Thus,
nice.
Double Maw Crusher. Basically that's the play. I'm just going to run in with double Maw Crusher, see how much I can smash up, and see how quickly I either win or lose. That's my.
Nice. That's a good way of doing it. So for my army, I'm sort of taking the theme that I created for our campaign that we were doing, and I've just
cavalry
run with
ghost
that.
things.
Yeah, so it's the wild hunt. So a hunt of a cavalry troop of horses, mostly going off to escape from the woods that they inhabit, off to claim the souls of the living. And I like the idea of doing a sort of meta narrative of ticking off all the skulls that I collect. Or souls, not skulls, that I collect during the course of the campaign weekend. A bit like I tried to do that with my Minotaurs campaign. I was trying to, my captain was a headhunter, and I was trying to tick off every time he killed someone. But he was obviously quite rubbish and didn't do very well at it. So I might do one for the whole army this time. So yeah, I've got the Knight of Shrouds on Ethereal Steed, who's the main guy. He's leading it all, again on horse. Reichland of the Grimhayer, the wizard on horse that flies. I've got two Dreadblade Harrows, which are like the little lieutenants, also on horseback. They're one of the first things I painted up because they were like my two test minis. And I was like, I'm just going to throw them in. I'm basically throwing in everything I've got that's already painted, which includes the Khan Wraith. And he's like my executioner model as part of the theme of the hunt. Then obviously I've got 3 units of Hex Wraiths, which is the core of the hunt itself. Then I'm going to have 2 units of Glaive Wraith Stalkers. These are literally the worst models in the Battle Tome, but I've built loads. So I'm going to have 1 standard unit and then 1 reinforced unit. To fill up my points, because I just need to get those painted basically. And they're weirdly, so they are they're sort of riders that have, I think, merged with horses in the lore, because they have the horse skulls. So I think they're like quite appropriate for the sort of the hunt theme. And eventually I'll include the chain rasps, not for this, but I like the idea that the chain rasps are like the beaters that you would get in a traditional like fox hunt. Get the people going into the bushes and being the beaters. So the chain rasps, I think, would fit for that when the army grows to a larger scale. And then to cheat somewhat, the other thing I've got painted is a Guardian Soul. So he's being the lantern. So he's the one that's like leading them all through the misty nights. And then to cheat, I'm going to go for a Kronspine Incarnate, because he is 480 points. So he should be the easiest way I can get to, an extra 1,000 points. But what I'm going to do with the Kronspine is I'm converting up a hangman's tree. So I've basically I'm going to have this like sort of floaty giant tree with loads of skeletons, either in cages or sort of hanging from nooses around. So he's the some kind of like twisted, haunted tree / whomping willow, I guess, that's going off and attacking people. And hopefully they'll be okay with that as a kind of conversion. And I'm going to make sure it's the same size. Obviously, visually, it looks very different. But I think it fits in with the Wild Hunt theme that I'm doing.
I mean, if you were going for some, beaters in your collection, you definitely need to make sure that if that's the theme, that they've got like a really nice little packed lunch with them. That's always sort of like
is that the essential?
That's the essential element of people out on the beating. It's they've always got a nice thermos of tea and a nice sandwich wrapped up. It's always the way of it. I mean, one thing you could do, Phil, just to throw it out there, you could just talk to. Huh?
I thought you were just going to say get in the gash.
No, don't get in the gash. You should talk to Sean. Because Sean's coming, isn't he? I forget if Sean's coming.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's taking part. And actually, one of Sean's friends is coming as well.
Oh, this is wonderful. But you should talk to Sean and see if he is... Because Sean's got loads of stuff. Sean's swimming in painted minis at this point. You should turn around to him and say, Sean, I have to prioritise my Thunder Warrior project. My hobby time is limited. Can I please have Manfred von Karstein, 10 Graveguard, and 6 Failbats, please?
Oh, I don't know how many points you can have as allies in a...
No, that's a Regiment of Renown.
Oh, that one.
That's the Regiment of Renown, Phil.
How many points is that?
650 points.
Oh, it's quite a lot.
Or it's like 750 points even.
No, yeah, I mean, but...
Then you get a monster. You get a monster, which you don't have, and you really need.
But the Kronspine would be a monster, though.
Huh?
The Kronspine is a monster.
That's true, but you've got to paint that, Phil. Whereas
that's true.
Whereas Sean could just lend you this.
Well, my theory behind the Kronspine is it's just a tree, so it's quite easy to paint. I think.
But you'll make it difficult because you'll spend ages modelling it. And
that's the thing. So, yeah, the parts I've got for it is the old Citadel Woods, and then I also bought the Endless Spell, I think, for the Sylvaneth. So, and it's the sort of floaty tree. The plan is to use the base of that one with the floaty bit. I'll mount it on a different base, and I'll have it actually floating off the ground using weirdly bicycle spokes. Is my new thing that I'm using for my jet bikes for my Thunder Warriors. And I found about this online, so slight detour. Basically, you can buy bicycle spokes. And they come with effectively, they're just a wire with a screw end on it. And then and it comes with these, little pegs, which, basically have like the female screw part, which obviously goes into the rim of the wheel on your bike. But basically you would mount the screw bit, inside your model somewhere. And then you can, attach the wire bit to the base and under the base and glue that all in. And then, you can just pin it quite easy, but basically it makes it removable if you want to at some point. Because originally I devised this idea of the floating tree to be my purple sun, which I thought was a great idea because it's more just, a mystical being rather than a monster. But then I was like, it'd work really well for a Kronspine as well. So I want the idea of being able to swap it to 2 different bases. And likewise, my Thunder Warrior jet bikes, I want to play them as the 40k ones and the Horus Heresy ones. So I want the option to swap between the different base sizes as well. So I think this is the best way of doing it, because I don't think magnets really work. And, I don't really rate the kind of current flying stands either. So I think that's how I'm going to try and go about it. So basically take the tree from the end of spell, merge it with the old Citadel Woods, because that's the one I used to mount Reikland as well. So I think there's some nice fitting juxtaposition, and then I've got a bunch of different hanging skeleton bits that I could do with. And if you ever want to clip that little gib off of your loon, is it the loon shrine?
Oh, what the
terrain piece that you didn't want? I'll happily take that off you.
Oh, you want the cages with the
the gibbets, isn't it? Gibbets.
Oh yeah, but it's the cages with the dead bodies in it.
Yes, yeah, because I've got a few like that I took off I think I bought off of one of the giant kits. I got like some of the like kind of cages like that, and there was also one's an objective marker from Curse City, so I've got that one, and I think I was just going to kit bash a few as well.
I did immediately kind of, not immediately, but I did shortly after having glued all the mushrooms onto the Loon Shrine. Was a bit like, oh God, this was probably a mistake. Like, this probably wasn't needed. But Phil, while all of that is amazing, I agree. I think that would be an awesome thing. Like, I think that's great. Maybe talk to Sean, eh? Maybe have a word.
I know. I would feel bad taking other people's stuff. I didn't mind so bad last time that it was.
You don't have to mind. You just point at him. If someone says, "Oh, this looks nice," and you go, "Yeah, he painted that," but I did the rest of it. It's fine.
I know, but if they came around and we're like, "Oh, we really want to put you in the cabinet," and I'm like,
"You say fine because he's over there. Just take credit for it." Should be like, "Yeah, but it's me and him." Like, you know.
I know. That's true. He might want to use those models himself, though. That's
what I'm saying. That's why you got to get in there and ask him. So as they're secured, you know. You got to
get dibs on it before he's worked out his list.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing, you know, because like I'm telling you, mate, for your army, this is an amazing regiment of renown. You've got like 1 unit Graveguard, 10 Graveguard, really good. They get an extra attack for being in this regiment of renown as well, so that's super good. You can pick one unit and basically have it deep strike immediately, and they deep strike within or just outside of 6 inches. And again, minimum charge, distant, and Graveguard, 6 inches. They're ridiculously powerful. And you've got one of the most wild monster men in Soulblight Gravelords in Manfred.
That sounds pretty good.
He's honestly, mate, like, sincerely, if you couldn't get him off Sean, I'd recommend you just do this. This is amazing. This is basically everything your army needs.
Probably. I mean, I'm not going for competitive. Like I said,
I appreciate
Blade Race Stalkers are, the probably least efficient models in the game, but I've got them built. So it's like stuff, and they should be quite straightforward to paint. More so than, because I could have gone with like 20 chain rasps instead, or because I think that's probably a similar amount of points, but that's 20 models instead of, I want to say 12. I think it's 12 models. But they're a lot smaller and a bit fiddlier, whereas I think the Glaive Race Stalkers will be a bit easier to paint because of their size.
Or, Phil, you could go out there and buy some Flesh Eater Courts, and you could add Ushran, Mortarch of Delusion, you know.
Oh, God, him. Oh, I mean, he looks amazing, but he looks like a lot of effort to paint.
Oh, he
to
would
a decent standard.
He would definitely be that. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, my ghosts are 90% airbrush, and then I'm doing skulls and hands and stuff and weapons. So I think they will be quite easy to paint up once I get going. And I think I need to probably next week stop any work on my Thunder Warriors, even though I'm sort of mid-project, which is a bit annoying. Giving myself a maximum amount of time to blitz through this stuff because I can't not go to Warhammer World with 2,000 points painted. I mean, I could probably get away with being 100 points short and just being like, it's just not a very good list and just being under. Definitely getting that triumph. That's the way to do it. But I don't want to be like 500 points under because that's embarrassing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially when you're rocking up with Nighthaunt, right? Like notoriously easy to paint army.
That's true. And here's the thing: what's probably the most annoying thing is it's gonna be, I reckon, during the course of that weekend, we'll be playing 5 games. I imagine one of them will be 2,000 points. So it's like all this effort for one game at the very end on Sunday, probably.
I think it'll be more than 5 games. Those 500-point games, I think they'll get a few of those in.
Oh, actually, that's a good point, actually. You could probably do like 4 games on well, it depends on how many they do. I reckon they do maybe 2 games 500 points, 1 game 1,000 points on Saturday, and then maybe 2 games on Sunday. Oh no, they do 3 games on Sunday, so I guess maybe 2.
They do 2. They always do 2 on Sundays typically.
Oh yeah, it's 2, not 3, isn't it?
Yeah. Saturday's usually 3.
Yeah, it's 5. Yeah, so I imagine Sunday will probably be 1,000 point game, and then 1 2,000 point game. Could be 2 2,000 point games, and Saturday's just for 500 and 1,000.
Well, all I can say is I'm super excited about it because Warhammer World has inconsistently, but more often than not lately, really, really up their game when it comes to campaign weekends.
Well, especially for the AOS ones. They've always looked really good, even though we've never been to one.
Yeah, I mean, inevitably this one will be terrible because it's the one we're going to, but we'll still have a fun weekend regardless. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Obviously, the competitive building of lists isn't important. I'm just looking for point sync units for you, as always. It's like, what's the least amount of model that gets you the most amount of points? So when you look at things like...
well, I sort of feel like that's what I've done relatively for my army. I mean, I could do something like Lady Elinda, because I sort of feel like I've got too many leaders as it is already. So
No, go more.
But also the downside with her is, although she would be great, because 1, she's really powerful, 2, she's a lot of points, but she's a completely different paint style to what I've done. So I would want to give myself a bit of a buffer time to sort of experiment with painting her in a way that I'm happy. Whereas my current recipe will work for all of these models. And it's like I painted a tree because I did it with Reiklanor. So I've got like the recipes and the paints down already for those, so I feel like I could bash these out as quick as possible. Whereas she would be a bit more complicated because I have her and I have some Banshees built, and they obviously have a very similar paint scheme. But I would, be needing to, test the paint scheme for them basically.
No, that's fair. It's one of the things I really like about AOS though is just like how few models you probably need in these armies. I know we bang on about this all the time, but even looking at it right now, I'm looking at the Regiment of Renown for Usharan, the Mortarch of Delusion, the new Flesh Eater Quartz guy. And it's like 14 minis, and it's 670 points. What a treat. Admittedly, one of them is a rather large heroic character, but still, it's a cool mini. Yeah, man, no, hype for it. I'm looking forward to it. Should be good. Looking forward to RFW as well, though obviously that's around the corner. 3 weeks out from that, so not this Saturday, but basically a fortnight this Saturday, isn't it? It's Saturday the 6th we're doing that.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah, so God, no time at all. That's coming around the corner. Obviously now you're using Krieg. I will probably... I'm torn. I'm either going to use Admech or I'm going to use Drakari. I'm probably going to use Drakari because my Drakari travel better than my Admech travel.
I know, but you could maybe beat Big Phil with his old Admech army. That would be a nice, humiliating thing to do if you ended up playing him.
That would be fun. I mean, the only thing is Admech are notoriously terrible. So, I mean, it'll be a stretch, but maybe I'll pull it off. Who knows? And to be clear, I still think Admech actually have some play. I just think the problem is with Admech is at the moment is that in order to field an Admech army that's actually any good, or not even good, but can win games, is so expensive and so model heavy. It's crazy. Like I've been playing the Skitarii cohort army, which is basically where you max out on like vanguards and the other Skitarii, the ranger unit. And it's like, it's bonkers. I've got like 80 infantry in this army, and that's like not even touching the sides. I've literally had to bulk it out with other stuff. I've got like 3 onagers. It's just, it's like, why is this army? It's crazy. It's like it's just such a presence on the tabletop. It's like, there you go. I've got 2 units of 5 infiltrators. I may as well chuck Belisarius Call in because I got the points, whatever. And then you're just layering in characters like crazy. I mean, that's the bad thing with the Admech army. I look at my character section. I've got like 10 characters in the army, and I've spent 300 points. And it's like, oh my God, this army is mad. Like, this is it's so ridiculous how many points stuff costs, especially considering how much money everything costs. Like, that army is a joke, in my opinion, because it is wild that Games Workshop have literally created a rule set and an army that's that skewed. Like, I mean, I'm going to just have a quick mental exercise and just look at like what, because I don't even remember. Because the thing is, obviously, I bought my AdMech armies off of Joe and Phil. So, and don't get me wrong, like, I paid good money for both of them. And they were built to a very specific sort of time and place, as it were. But yeah, as I look down it, I mean, good Lord, I've got like 2 units of infiltrators in the army. That's 70 quid if you want to buy that off the shelf. Oh my God, is that really how much they charge for Vanguard? £32.50, Phil, for Vanguard.
For 10?
For 10.
Ooh, yeah, that's a lot.
That is wild. So I had 80 of these. So 8 times...
What?
80 in my army, I've got 80 of them. As in, that's £260, Phil.
Wow, that is pretty insane. I mean, weirdly, I'm sure there was a time when you could get them from the magazine. So
yeah, but and again, I didn't.
But that predated that, I think.
I didn't pay this price. You know, and my stuff came fully assembled and painted gorgeously. So there's obviously
so you got a bargain, basically.
Basically, yeah. I actually think I paid less than it would have cost me to buy it on spruce, basically. God, that is wild when you think about it like that, though. Like, what the heck have they done? Like, how have they ended up...
the prices have gone up quite a bit recently, I would say.
I mean, which is fair enough, I suppose, but at the same time, it's like if that's the situation, why? I mean, I know why they're doing it, because obviously money, but at the same time, it's like, oh, guys, come on. Like, it's never more expensive, and the armies are humongous. It's like, you know, but then I suppose the argument is just play Custodes, right? That's the alternative.
Well, I think the real argument would be play Kill Team. Because then you need to just buy one box and that's it, and that will keep you going for a much longer period of time. But the scale of 40k is an interesting
Here's a
one.
remark though, Phil. Are you surprised, or what is your perception on Combat Patrol now? Because I really don't think it has hit the way that I thought it was going to hit. I thought Combat Patrol was going to be much more prevalent than it's ended up being.
I mean, I don't know, because I don't really go down to gaming clubs. I think I've seen Combat Patrol mentioned at, Warhammer World events and stuff. So I think they do support it there, at least. I don't know about independent tournaments like, the big London GTs and stuff like that, if they're doing Combat Patrol specific stuff. It sort of feels more like a gateway game to get new players into it, to have a couple of units, because the barrier to entry for buying, building, and also painting a 2,000 point army is phenomenally huge. It's for most people, let's say conservatively, a 6-month investment, if not a year. For my Minotaurs, it's like we're looking at 3 years plus, and I still haven't made it yet. But I have dived off into other directions. So potentially it has been a hit, but we haven't seen it because it's, new players, people that maybe, play at home that don't go to clubs, that aren't vocal online. I mean, I've not gone out of my way and bought one. We've never talked about, when it first came out, we were a bit like, oh, maybe we should give this a go and try it out. And I still think that's a very valid point to try and do, even if it's just using existing models that we have. because it would be interesting to play this sort of simplified version of 40k. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, I mean, it's probably done okay, but, you know, I haven't heard anyone raving about it, so maybe that's where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm just trying to sort of gauge it, right? Like, because at the club I play at, people play Combat Patrol and they play 40k. And when I mean 40k, 2,000 point 40k. I've never really seen it happen that someone's like, oh, should we try Combat Patrol? Doesn't really happen. And obviously within our friend group, the people that we play amongst ourselves with regularly, we don't really entertain it. And I just see very little kind of enthusiasm for it. So I'm just curious. I'm curious if there really is a desire for it, because it feels good that Games Workshop are continuing to support Kill Team through White Dwarf articles. I think that's really good, and I think they're adding versatility and variety to it, which is good. I'd love to see them actually, or I'd love to see someone out there try and like support it as like a tournament system. Like, because if this really is one of the more balanced versions of 40k, maybe it is actually one of the more true skill expressions for players to play something that actually is, in the game developer's eyes, a truly balanced system. Yeah. You know, and I'll tell you what as well, theoretically, if not actually, you would be able to get so many more games of
Combat Patrol.
Excuse me. You'd be able to get so many more games of Combat Patrol into a weekend. So it's like where with 40k you scrape through with 5 or 6 games. Maybe you could play 10 games of Combat Patrol. Maybe.
Yeah.
You know?
No,
if
that's
each game
true.
lasts like an hour and a half. Theoretically, you could do 5 a day or 4 a day. Even 8 games would drastically reshape the field in terms of the overall winner. And maybe it would just give you a truer skill expression, because everyone's working within those restraints and has to learn competency with the armies. But also as well, it would mean that you would build greater matchup knowledge, because when you're looking at a Mechanicus army in Combat Patrol, if you've played that Mechanicus army 3 or 4 times, it's always the same. So it's like, well, I
90% of the time, yeah, because I guess the only variable is some armies, and I think it's mostly Custodes and maybe one other, where you can have unit options.
Yeah.
But that's few and far between, I think, out of all of those.
I think it was Grey Knights as well, wasn't it? Grey Knights.
Yeah, although I think obviously they've done new combat patrols for all of the new factions when they've come out. So I don't know if they've had those kind of options built into them, because they've got different unit composition, like I assume Terminators in the Space Marine one. And I guess what would also be interesting to know is, would the older combat patrols still be valid? Do those old Space Marine combat patrols sit alongside and be balanced with the new ones, or are the old ones effectively, gone to legends and shouldn't be played anymore and wouldn't technically be supported? But I guess that only really matters if there's a tournament scene that's, alive and kicking, and I don't think there is particularly. It feels like a sort of parent and child sort of game. You want to get your kid into 40k, buy a combat patrol each, and build the models together as a sort of family hobby time and gaming time. I think I've probably seen more people online talk about like, oh yeah, I bought this for my son or something like that, than people our age potentially doing it, because most of us have more money than sense and will happily just buy into like at least a 1,000-point army straight off the bat, for example, which is more commitment. And I think the combat patrols probably still are popular, because people, they're still good value for money, and people will be buying them to supplement into their army or to start off as a core of an army, and not necessarily just because they're popular doesn't mean the game system of combat patrol is popular. And I think that's always the problem when we've talked about like Underworlds or potentially even the Warcry warbands. I think the models are wildly more popular I speculate, than people playing those game systems, because people buy them for, AOS, for example. And same with Kill Team. The amount of Kazakins that are getting bought wasn't really for Kill Team, it was for Imperial Guard players.
Oh, yeah, totally, mate.
When that came out.
Still, though, it's just interesting, isn't it? Because, I don't know. I'm not suggesting that there's a scene for it or people will come out to support it, but it is interesting. Because, again, my point is it feels like... Sorry, I'm going to cough again. Hang on. My point is that... my point is that the game just... Yeah, it feels like it's actually pretty well made to support a competitive scene, potentially. But I guess people want to have more opportunity to customize and build their own lists. Although I say that, everyone just kind of takes the same stuff all the time, don't they? It's like, what's good at the moment? Cool, I'll copy that. And that always seems to be the thing. But then people obviously get the opportunity to innovate and bring something new. So, it's very iterative, very, very expressive in that sense. So I understand what
expressive from the list building sort of side of the game, which I think a lot of the tournament players like to, let's say, abuse, because they've gamed the system in some way, because effectively an abuse of, cheap points versus a very good unit or a combination of units that can do something together that aren't point appropriate. So taking that out of it, as you say, the skill expression of who is the best general on the tabletop, I think, and we talked about this when Combat Patrol first came out, is a much better way of working out who's the best 40k player. But it's a shame that people haven't sort of embraced that format. So I do like it for what it is. It's like a much more streamlined version of it. And I think even in 9th edition, I was saying I'd like to see a much more streamlined version of tournament play, where it's much more restrictive, where you do ban like certain units. You bring things into rotation and out of rotation because they're overpowered, or you make the army list restrictions much tighter in a tournament setting to sort of balance the game and allow people more freedom in kind of casual games, casual match play games, let's say, versus tournament play should be very specific, I think. And this is ultimately like that manifested, I think, on a sort of tinier scale, I guess, in terms of the model count.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, no, it was just interesting, an interesting insight on that side of things. I was also going to say as well, how do you feel? Almost like a month or two into it now. How do you feel? How you feeling about like the old world side of things now? You seeing much of that? Because again, it feels on my side, I'm still very invested in the idea of playing old world. I've started building skeletons. I'm working my way through it. Obviously, going to Warhammer World in May has kind of scuppered that a bit, because now I've got to just double down on my hobby time, focusing on getting my forces of destruction ready for battle. But had it not been for this planned Warhammer World trip, I would be very much now focused on building skeletons and getting that done. And they seem really cool and everything. And obviously now we're seeing like the Orc releases coming around the corner, and that's super exciting, I guess. But what's really sort of weird about it now, I suppose, is that it's like we're seeing like the Orc release, and as far as I can tell, there's nothing really that new being added to the Orc release, and they're just sort of going, it's all the old stuff. And it's like, oh, okay. Because like Bretonnians, at least, they went, here's some new stuff. And with Tomb Kings, they went, here's a new couple of things. Whereas it feels like with the Orcs, it's like, oh yeah, they're just Orcs still. It's like,
yeah, that's interesting. I haven't picked up on that. And that is one of two things. So number one is that new stuff's coming, and what they've been doing is just laying the ground and showing us what the old stuff is that is coming. And I would assume that some new stuff would come, because it would, why wouldn't you? And all that's going to come much later down the line, because they want to just get all the races out as quick as possible. The other option is Tomb Kings and Bretonnians were the most under-supported armies throughout 6th and 7th and 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battle. They didn't really get much in the way of miniatures in those editions. I think they got some, but probably not as much as other armies. I didn't play back then, so I don't know if that's the case for a fact. So it might be because they were the most underrepresented or supported in those days, they have put more effort into giving them new units to sort of bring them up in line to the same sort of scale and size and scope of the other races. So that's why Orcs doesn't really need it in the same manner. I do hope they do get some stuff, and it might be that we'll see that over the next, probably AdeptiCon, the reveals that have just happened, which we haven't watched yet at the time of recording, so we can't speculate on them. So it might be we'll see something then. And I hope we do. They've got some great old models coming back. I've been saying for a while now, I really want the Marauder Giant, and I'm quite tempted to get it. Part of me is a bit disappointed it's not in Forge World resin, because I know it'll be a real pain to build in metal. But their point about it, they want it to be as sort of realistic and as close to the original as possible. So because it's a nostalgia piece, basically, I can understand why they've done that one in metal, and because it's quite chunky, would probably pin together a lot easier than some of the more spindlier models, which I think are the ones that they've ported over to Forge World resin.
No, that's fair. I mean, there's some really beautiful old kits coming back into existence, and I mean, looking at the ranges of like orc miniatures and goblin miniatures that are coming back into circulation is amazing. I'm definitely picking up a number of the hero sculpts for my AOS collection. Certainly the goblin shamans that they're bringing back, many of those will make their ways into my burgeoning Gloomspike Git
nice.
selection.
Yeah, the old the water troll is an amazing sculpt. Part of me is like, I could quite happily, if I had the money and the inclination, drop a load on just cool models that I just want to own, even though they wouldn't be part of an army. Same with the Marauder Giant. That is just a piece I want to sit up on a shelf. The old Orc on Wyvern, on Orc on, I think, Dragon, those two sculpts, as sort of old and a bit derpy as they are, I actually really love. I think they both look cool for different reasons, and they both have those different time periods baked into them. Like, I think it's the Wyvern one's the real sort of, 90s style, which I think was 4th, 5th edition, when it was all bright coloured boxes and coloured art, and that was like when I was really into it as a kid. So that, here's the nostalgia button for me, basically. It makes me go, oh, that's really good. But I know the same will happen when other factions come out as well. So I sort of, I feel like I need to pace myself or hold myself back a little bit and go, I don't need to buy any of these straight away. Although the exception is the Marauder Giant says it's made to order, which makes me think it's only going to be available for a limited time period.
They're going to totally leverage the FOMO on you and make
so I think I will just have to buy that one as it comes, which is a bit of a shame, because surely those molds exist. They could make them anytime. It could go, you could be made to order in the genuine sense of the old mail order trolls, for example.
But there's the thing: if there was a scarcity if there wasn't a scarcity of stock, you would just leisurely.
I wouldn't buy it. Yeah, I wouldn't buy it until I had to. And then
it would turn out you'd never had to. Then you never would. Whereas,
well, I think that's true. I think that is exactly it. Yeah.
Whereas now they're like, cool. Although, again, it was funny. I was listening once again to. Esteemed Warhammer the Old World content creator, Dr. Baxel, and he was talking about it because he actually has one of those original lead giants, one of the very first ones in his collection. And he was actually speculating, I think this was on another podcast that he was doing with someone else. He was saying about how he'd feel a little bit aggrieved if all of a sudden everyone started having that giant that was like the prize of his collection for so long.
I understand it. However, I sort of feel it's going to be priced pretty high. And I think I saw people talk about how much it cost the last time it was made available, when I think it shifted across to white lead at that point. And there was like a sort of a rerun that they had done after it had been out of production for a while. And back then it was probably around like £70 or 50 to £70 or something like that. And this was, still 15 odd years ago, and lead, I think, is still way more expensive now. So people are speculating there'll be at least 100 quid, or thereabouts, which I wouldn't be surprised about, because I think that's roughly the going rate on eBay, or probably a bit more on eBay. And it does feel like they happen to coincidentally price things almost exactly to the second-hand market rate.
I don't know if that's true.
At least.
I think the pricing hasn't been too unreasonable on some of the made-to-order stuff they've done. I know when they did the Tomb King made-to-orders, they were a little bit pricier, but they weren't too ridiculous. But we'll see. At the end of the day, there's no way I'm spending 100 quid on that thing. That's wild. But
yeah, brace yourself. I mean, how much is it? Something you want? And if
no,
so,
I mean,
how
that's the
much
thing.
would
Already,
you pay for it?
There's a part of me that, just because I know it has been a coveted thing for many years, there's a part of me that, because I understand the overall sort of zeitgeist of the community where people want it, there's a weird sort of collective thing going on where I'm like, well, people want it. It must be cool. Surely I should just have it on the shelf. But it's like, no, that's just silly. I've definitely failed to, but have attempted to be better at managing that FOMO thing, especially with Games Workshop stuff, because it is that thing where it's like, truthfully, I buy things and it takes me sometimes an eternity to even consider them, looking at them. You know, it's like I bought an Elder Titan, the old Revenant Titan, and I put it together and I was excited about it and I mucked it up, and then it went in a box and I was annoyed at the sight of it because it was a reminder of my failure, even though it was perfectly reasonable the way it was. But I just sort of looked at it and was like, well, this is just annoying. And I sold it to Tim when he was around my house the other day for like little or nothing. I was like, Tim, he was like, oh, I want to run an Elder army at RFW. And I go, oh, have I got the model for you, Tim? And handed him the Titan. He was like, well, how much you want for it? And I was like, I think I said just 50 quid in the end. I said, yeah, just 50 quid, mate. That's fine. Job's done. I'd completely forgotten the thing is like 300 quid or whatever it is on like Fortune right now. But in my mind, it was worth it just to get rid of it. But then, you know, I've got so many of those things just cluttering up my head at the moment. I'd really like to kind of declutter and get back down to a point where I've only got stuff in my possession for projects that I'm working on currently. But weirdly, in my mind, I'm working on all these projects, you know, even though I've made very little progress on my Dark Angel army for Horus Heresy, it's there. Even though I've made no progress on my Elder army for 40k, it's there. You know, it's all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's like,
no, I agree. And there's oftentimes, because I think having access to bits is quite important. And often I'll just use a bit site to buy things I need for the project then and there. And quite often I overbuy stuff for projects. But quite often I'm like, oh, I need something like is completely random. And I'll be like, oh, well, I have that upstairs in a random box of models that I bought a while ago, and having access to these kind of random kits is quite handy to have. So I'm just trying to think, because I have sold some stuff, and quite often it's when I bought a big box, like those dual box kits, you know, the old the Death Watch one that came with the Gene Stealer Cult, and I've like sold off the Gene Stealer Cult, or the, you know, Tyranids versus Space Marine Blood Angels when it was Blood of Baal, and I kept some of the Blood Angels for basing on my Tyranids, but then I got rid of the rest. And only very occasionally have I gone, oh, I really wish I didn't sell that thing because I could have used that one bit that I was particularly looking for. But most of the time it's gone and I don't need it because it's a completely alien race that I don't really have any need for in my mostly Imperium-centric armies. But I think there is something to be said about like so people say pile of shame, and I've seen other people say pile of potential. And I do like to view those things as armies that I'll get round to one day when I'm old and grey, even though I'm already a bit grey. For like my retirement fund will be spent on, you know, building up these dream armies that I've got boxed away in the loft. You know, I picked up on eBay many years ago, like one of those original Baneblades, from Forge World, like I think the Mars pattern one, I think it is, or Volusius.
You got one of those sat in the loft, have you?
Oh yeah, I got one of those. Well, I had two at one point, and then I sold one because the first one I bought was built and painted, quite a rough paint job, and then eventually I bought a boxed, unbuilt new one, which obviously cost me a bit more, and obviously that's my treasured prize. So after that, I was like, I don't really need two of these, so I got rid of the built and painted one. I sort of sold that for pretty much what I bought it for. And then I've got another one of the old Forge World shadow swords as well, which I'll build at some point. So I've got loads of stuff up there to build, and there is something to be said. Like, I think Games Workshop have cultivated a very addictive mentality to people's buying stuff. That FOMO, the desire to build, the desire to buy stuff outstrips anyone's ability to build and paint it, unless you are like a peachy style person who sort of builds it and slaps a bit of paint on very quickly, and that kind of almost army style painting just to get it out onto the tabletop. Unless you're doing that, and there are plenty of people on our Instagram reviews have built thousands, 2,000 point armies in 6 months. It's like, I can't do that.
Joe does it every 2 weeks.
Well, exactly. Joe is one of those people that can build and paint stuff very quickly. So it's very impressive to those people that can do it. And for those people, I imagine they don't have much of a painting backlog. If you, I think, want to paint something to a sort of a higher quality, or you want to take time converting your models up, then inevitably you're going to have this real backlog of minis, and that does get a bit frustrating, I guess, after a while.
Yeah, it really does, mate. Really does. And that's the dilemma I'm sort of dealing with at the moment. It's what do I do about that, if anything at all? I think at the moment I'll just continue to enjoy having it cluttering up my space, but maybe someday soon it'll go. But I reckon that'll probably do for the outro. We've managed to talk for an hour, so that's probably enough. Unless, of course, Phil, you had a burning issue that you needed to get off your chest.
Oh, I wish I could think of something, but I don't.
Fantastic. All right, well, there we go. Episode 176, in the pocket, out of sight. Have a good one, guys. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
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 Bye.
Pop it like I really should. I'm up on your mind, feeling pretty good. Don't stop it, bitch, you in my way. Thank you so much. Oh wow, okay.